Okay, let's turn off the music. We are back. Today, we are continuing our journey to get the SSO integrated into LangFlow project. Adding that. At the same time, there's multiple different DevOps tasks still on the go. So development is not linear. We're going to be jumping around as usual between multiple things. So actually working on upgrading and improving the script that connects you, forwards you to your Postgres database in Kubernetes. And we got some feedback about the script, especially from the Windows people. They were not happy with hard coding the script to Mac application. So we upgraded the script to use Docker containers. And that's going to make it more generic. Should work on all different OSs. So the goal of the script is to port forward. Where's my little window here? So we deployed LangFlow. We just log into our cloud account so we can restart. Just go to our LangFlow namespace. I see lots of things are restarting right now. Good. Okay. So we deploy front and back end in the database. And when it comes to dev, we want to be able to, kind of log into this container, to this pod, into this container, and do some work. So it requires multiple steps, especially because we have certificates to manage for the TLS communication. So instead of writing all these kubectl commands every time I have to log in, we just wrote a script that will actually capture the workflow for us. And the name of the game here is make it ephemeral. We don't want to preserve the state of any of these containers or secrets. So everything is done through temporary directories, and the containers are created and deleted. So let me test this right now. So I'm just adding right now, I just added open browser here. So I can just, once we port forward, get the container going. And the container here is the PG admin. So using PG admin, it's a tool for Postgres to be able to log into Postgres and access the database. So the update was really to kick off a container. So instead of using the application, you actually go to PG admin website. You'll see they have multiple options, PG, to install the tool. If you go on the downloads here, so you can see they have Mac, Python, all different sort of operating systems and container. So just to make a script runnable and reusable on multiple OSs, we're just going to use the container version here. It just makes it easy for us to code again, so make it ephemeral as well. So we don't store passwords. We clean up after we finish port forwarding. Just kind of a little bit of hygiene, a little bit of cleanup from security point of view. So let's give it a go. Let's test it. So right now, we create the connection profile here on the servers. And then we just pass in a couple variables here and just kick off the container, check if it's running. And then it doesn't have a health status. I just had to look at it. So we're using just a curl to figure out if it's running. And then once it's running, we just open the browser and just kick it off. So let's see if this works. Let's use the same password from the other day. This is from Vault. It's a dynamic password with time to live. So it's going to be deleted in, I think, end of the day today. Let's see. So what's happening here? So we're getting the information from the cluster, the secrets, the certificates, port forwarding happens here. And now container has been created, and now it's trying to talk to the container. Let's see, where's my Docker? Yeah, here it goes, containers right here. Sweet, it's been created. Oh, and there's pgadmin. All right, sweet. Needs a password. I'll use the same password that we have, that we got from Vault to get this going. There we go. We're logged into our pod, to our container pod, our database, and we have access to it. So this is just for local dev. And the idea here is, once you turn this off, I'll kill the connection. Everything's cleaned up. So right now we have access to the database. Let me look at the Docker. Yeah, there's the container here that was created. And the passwords are within the container. We then create a volume that just mapped into the container. So now if I delete this, the cleanup script is supposed to delete it. So let's just delete this. There we go. It cleaned up the temporary files. It cleaned up it closed the port forwarding connection, and it deleted the containers. If I go back, look at my Docker containers, it's gone. Beautiful. All right, sweet. So this is much better than it was yesterday when it was just trying to use my Mac app. Yeah. All right, so we're going to push that change. Now we do want to change the diagram here. So let's just create a new diagram. And where's my diagram window? So this is documentation. We always want to package documentation with our scripts. So we have our script documentation diagram here, how it works. Now it's changed a little bit, so it doesn't open the pgadmin application. It just starts the container. So let's update it. It's going to be update. Let me just grab this dot file. And I'll just update it to the latest version that matches the bash script. Maybe we should play some of that music. Let's kill this. Let's open another GraphViz window. So the one I usually go to is this one here. This kind of quick utility. So I can see how the graphs look. All right, let's just grab the latest one. Let's see how the update looks. All right, let's zoom in a bit and see if that's the right script. All right, so everything else is pretty much the same as it was before. It's just the difference here is when it comes to here, start a container, if it's running. All right, sweet. And then, well, we're good. We're good. So I'm going to push this change to delete the PNG file, create a new dot file, and let's use the make to convert the diagram to PNG. All right, let's look at this new PNG file. Whoa. All right, sweet. Okay, let's push this. So, you know what? We'll probably come back in a minute once we get bored and start creating a framework out of this. For example, things like logs. All these Kubernetes commands will make functions. Just reuse them. Like this one here, get namespace. I don't want to be writing this many times, so I'll just create a function, bash function. So we'll make this more usable, and then we can reuse some of these functions in the other scripts as well. Anyway, so let's push this for now so we can jump into LangFlow dev. All right, so dot file, PNG, and the new script. All right, sweet. I should probably put a header in the script as well next time, just to explain what it does. All right, let's push this. Sweet. Okay. So getting back to LangFlow, we kicked it off. Now we kicked it off with Claude Code. There we go. It made changes for us. Now let's see. Let's close all this. Let's get back to a basic default state. So we have Claude running here in one terminal. Then we have two terminals. One's going to be for backend, one for frontend. So we're just going to kick off the backend, kick off the front end, and then start doing dev. We'll do a little bit backwards. We'll probably look at the front end first, and then go fiddle with the back end, since the front end seems to be simpler. Just lots of just few UI changes and some business logic to talk to the back end. All right, so let's see if we can kick this off. So this one here, let's do make backend. So hopefully there's no errors here. It's going to run our database scripts here, migration. And you know what? Actually, that's a good point. Let's open up the database once it's done and see the changes applied. So we have one change. Where's the change here? Here. Keycloak script that's going to add email and is Keycloak user. Just two things, because we don't use usernames in Keycloak. Well, you can, but we just use emails, so we don't have to manage usernames. Again, naming. Developers don't like name things. Why create additional users if I remember if you could just use email as a username. Okay. So anyway, so that seems to be running. Let me open up the browser. Okay. All right. What? I was just there. It's in our root directory. We have, so using SQLite, because that's the default configuration. It's nice for dev. So if you look at the Alembic INN file, it's, there we go. Here. So for SQL Alchemy, it sets up a SQLite as a default database. It's good for dev. We don't have to kind of deploy Postgres. So, and here goes, just starts the DB here. So let's open up this DB here and see if the script was applied. The schema manager applied the Keycloak change. Oh, that's very small. Can I zoom in? What the bloody hell? View. There's no zoom in here. Damn it. All right, anyways, doesn't matter. So we're looking at the user table, which is here. And there's is Keycloak user. Okay, so I added those two columns. Okay, so the script worked. It updated the database when the backend was deployed. That's nice. And that's all we need. Only updates we need to the database. Okay. Let's see what users we have. Browse table. So LangFlow. So, okay, so we have the default user already added, and it has no email or Keycloak user. Okay, obviously not. All right. So SQLite seems to be good to go. Let's kick off the front end. Actually, did the server start? Let's go to the. It's running. It's fast API, so they should have some Swagger stuff here. I'll have to look at this. But API. Oh. API. Is there an API endpoint here? Let's just have a peek. It's nice to have Swagger in the backend, so you can actually fiddle with it. Let's see what they have here for deployment of Fast API. Where is the core? Oh, it's the main here. Okay, let's see what they deployed. Right. Where is the main configuration for Fast API? Wait, is it here? Server here. Okay. Let's look at the server configuration. We're gonna probably create a template for a project like this, just so maybe we can use it for other stuff, and also maybe show people how to improve some of these the architecture of this project, because definitely it's not a standard one. It seems like it evolved ad hoc style over time. I still don't see if they have any. Let's look at the main file here. If they configure any special RESTful endpoints here. There's one for HTTP here, but it's nice to have a Swagger. Here are the routes here. Okay, finally found the routes. Health check log route. What is log route? /log. Log stream. Let's have a look at this one here. Log retrieval is disabled. Ah, interesting. Okay, but at least that's around endpoint. Okay, let's see what else do they have here. /logs. I really want just a RESTful, like a Swagger page where I can see all the RESTful endpoints. Log retrieval is disabled. Okay. Just trying to get to know the code base a little bit more, see what's here, what we can do. Oh, this is just a log router. Okay. Let's see what they have here. Chat router, endpoints router. Oh, here, endpoints. What is this? Base all /all. Okay. So usually when I'm working with Fast API, I like to have a homepage where it's usually the Swagger API, so I can actually see or just dump all the endpoints. There you go. So this is not very helpful. It just makes it easier for developers to come along to be able to debug things and see what's happening. Wow. Okay. So I spent too much time on trying to figure out what the hell has happened here with Fast API. But it's important to know. I just don't see any useful endpoints here. Let me see what else they have here. Flows, folders, schemas. Okay, so I don't see many helpful. So it is API /v1. Okay, API. So that's the prefix for the, maybe something's under the root. Let's see, API /v1. V1. Well, come on, guys. Why don't you do developers a solid and put something here to display all the V1 endpoints, man. Come on. Okay, we'll probably add this a little bit later, maybe even now. Just like, it's nice to have a list of endpoints, API endpoints, to, because right now they're just listed as here as imports here. So it's just looking at code pretty much, right? It's nice to see in the GUI. Anyways, moving on. Let's deploy a front end here. So make front end. So it's going to kick off the React application. Open browser, sweet. What's taking a while? Okay, so it's up and running. Now I want to start with the login page. So let's have a look at that. Let's see. So I want to kick this off with, where's the doc here? So auto login has to be set to false. So the login page shows up. So let's have a look. Well, let's kill this. And that happens on the backend. So let's turn this off. So for the backend, let's look at the make file. Let's see how they start All right, login, sweet. So we have it here. So as long as we set this to false, it should come in here, and it's not going to set auto login to true. Where else is happening here? Also, it's going to pick up the env file. Do we have an env file? Oh, we do. Okay, it's empty. All right. Okay, so first thing, let's use the empty one and see if we need to configure. So I'm going to kick off the backend with make backend login equals to false. Is it false? Is it, wait, what, in the make file, is it capital F or lowercase f? I forget now. Wait, this is bash, so it should be lowercase f. Yeah, all right, so it's executing this branch here, the else branch. Okay. So let's start the front end again. And my expectation is now that it should have a login page when it refreshes. Let's see if this is back up and running. Where is my login page? Here we go. There's our login page. Sweet. All right, so let's configure this. We want to enable keycloak first. So, because that's let's put this to the side so I can see it. Let's just put this to the side as well so I can see both browser windows. Okay, so let's start coding. Login page. So we're going to start with the front end. We'll come back to the back end. Just want to get the GUI stuff going, and then we can work on the business logic that connects to Keycloak. Just get the easy stuff out of the way first. Hopefully it's going to be easy. Let's just close all the stuff that got open here. Pages. There's a login page. And for the login page, we need to have, where's that section for Keycloak? Here, so Keycloak enabled. So for Keycloak enabled, we need to set a property for this thing here. Let's see what Claude did for us with this variable. Okay, so it's part of the hook. It's part of here, but where is it coming from? It's coming from use Keycloak auth. What is this here? Hold on, let me see. So it's coming here. Okay. Right. So let's see if we can fiddle this one here. Where's the flag being set? Right. So keycloak config.enable. So it comes from keycloak config, which goes from keycloak config here from the state. And this one comes from, where is this one set? So this is the default one. Where is it set? So we have the set property here. And it's coming from the, okay, backend. Okay, so the backend. All right, so let's adjust it here. So the backend config has to have, actually, let's see in the browser. I want to see if, all right, let's just make this a little bit smaller. I don't know why it's so big. Okay, well, Safari being annoying. Okay. So, okay, so we have the health check here running. Now I do want to, let me refresh the page and I want to see if I can capture some of these requests here, just to understand what's happening. Oh, there's the okay, let's see. Let's make this bigger. Okay, so, right, so we see enable equals to false. Okay, sweet. So the backend is returning this. So what about this? This config is what? This is for API config. Okay. Maybe we should package it here with the power of the API. All right, let's keep it separate, I guess, for one. All right. So first thing we have to do is update the backend to return true. So we can get, so the front can get this flag and enable this section of the login page that has the key cloak in it. Okay, so let's find this backend API that we just created with Claude API v1. There's the key cloak one. All right, so this is route is /config. So it's this one here. We have auto refresh set on the fast API, so we should be able to change it and get other reloads going on the code base. Now, we might have to restart it because this one is actually coming from the env file, right? Enable. There's not much here on the key cloak config. Just grabbing the enable flag. Okay. And frontend is okay, cool. So this enable flag here, this is coming from our settings. So it's going to get picked up. It's going to be pulled from the env file or from the environment variables. So let's add this to our env file. Where's the env file? Here. Now, I suspect that everything has to start with LangFlow _. Let's just double check that. So that'll be like this. And yeah, like that. And it'll be equal to true. Right? Yeah. Okay, so that's now let's double check if we need to have that prefix in our settings service. So here, all of settings. So where is the prefix? So they're using Pydantic settings configuration, as far as I can see. Let's look at the settings first here. So for the settings, we have what? What's the configuration here? Right. So they do expect this naming convention. Where's it set? There should be a section here where it actually sets this. Oh, there you go here. No, that's not it. That's the user agent. Where's the prefix? Hey, let me double check. Pydantic. Right, my prefix. There should be env prefix here. That's the one. Env _ pre. What? Prefix? Oh, here. Okay. All right, so we have it. So there's a prefix here when they actually kick off the class. So that is for settings. Now, the other one is in a different class. It's not in settings class. This one is in OAuth settings. So OAuth settings have what? What's the prefix here? Okay, so it has to be LangFlow. Okay, cool. So we have LangFlow equals enable equals to true. Okay. So this should be enough to, let's see if it's actually refreshing the server here. If auto reload has been enabled. So yeah, it has reloaded here. And problem here is that this is in the env file, which I read only at start. So loading, yeah, see env. Okay, it's not loading a second time. All right, stop this, start this again. All right, so if I go back now into my front end, we should have all right, there you go. Enable equals true. Okay, and then signing with SSO. Okay, let's make this capital. Okay, so let's start fiddling with the GUI now. Okay, so we're gonna ignore these callbacks here for now. So we're not making a connection to the backend yet. Well, keycloak, right? Yet. So we'll configure keycloak in a second. Right now, just adjust the GUI. So I do want to keep the login page here. So with the inputs here, so I can log in with super user. LangFlow super user. And then also I want to have ability to do single sign-on with Keycloak. So I'll keep it the way it is, but let's just make it a little bit more pretty. Let's put this to the side. Is this responsive? Just double check. Ooh, yeah, fairly responsive. Okay, let's make this very small. So here, let's see if we can adjust how it. All right, let's set this up. All right, so once it's enabled, it shows this thing at the bottom here. Single sign in with. Let me see what I do for Grafana. I just want to keep the same for Grafana. So we have the same naming convention. Oh, Grafana just restarting. Thank you. Give it a second. Thank you, Grafana. You did to me. So one thing to maybe to emphasize is that we use preemptive nodes here in Kubernetes. So preemptive nodes means that they in Google Cloud, what that means is they the cluster gets killed once a day. Well, that's not what preemptive nodes mean, but just that's the outcome of using preemptive nodes. Preemptive nodes is like you renting computational resources from using the leftover from somebody else, right? So somebody buys some computational resources, they don't use them, then Google has them, and you just use the leftovers there. So because of that, there's a requirement to restart the cluster once a day. So it just turns off the cluster, kills it, and then reinstalls everything. So that's why it's nice to have infrastructure as code. If anything goes wrong, you can just jump in and deploy your Terraform code quickly to adjust it. Now most of the time it doesn't go wrong. Kubernetes, it's fairly consistent these days when it comes to restarting. Also, not just Kubernetes, but the containers or the pods that we deploy from different tools, like really tools. They're more mature right now. Before, like a few years ago, every time we restart Kubernetes that already had lots of applications, tools installed, it always came back with some error. It was unpredictable, right? It's more predictable right now. In fact, for last 3 months, actually 4 months, there were 0 issues killing the cluster completely with full applications and restarting it, right? And again, this is dev cluster, so it's nice to use preemptive nodes. You save money. It's like, I think, what's it, like 70 to 80% savings in terms of cost on different nodes. So why not use it, man, for your dev cluster, right? Yeah, it doesn't have to be up 24/7. In fact, you can probably just turn it off when you go to bed, come back in the morning and turn it back on, right? Depending on your team size, I suppose, and who's using the cluster. But yeah, anyways, since we're starting right now, so I'm gonna just ignore this for now. Move it to the side. So I'm just gonna say here, sign in with a key cloak. Oh, SSO. Capital SSO. How is this React application deployed? I want to see if it refreshes itself. If auto refresh is enabled. What? Come on, guys. There should be auto refresh on this thing here. Oh, because last connection to the backend. That's fairly slow. And that's running local. Interesting. This is not set up for dev. I see the label's not changing. We're gonna have to tweak this environment for dev. I want this to be automatically refreshed. So it's running vid or beat. Why isn't it refreshing? Well, what's your problem here, bro? I want auto refreshed. It doesn't look like it's refreshing. Although I can see. Let me see. Testing. What? Oh, my fault. Okay, the class name here. Okay. It says working. Cool. So it's set up for that. It's just the class here is not the one we want. My bad. Okay, I apologize. All right, so we're just gonna. Yeah. Okay. See, I got switch here. You can see. Except for this or. So first thing to adjust. I want to make this different color. Let's make it a little bit bolder so it stands out. And also the or here. And also the class here in terms of capitalizing the first letter has to be off as well. Okay, so hey boy, here we go. Back to front end. So it looks like they're using Tailwind. That's the CSS lib they're using. So Tailwind has to be our best friend now. What else do we have here? So Tailwind, Vid, and React. Okay, so at least we have the basic project tools. Actually, let's have a look at the package JSON to see what are the tools we have here, just to get understanding what CSS packages we have, all that stuff. Where's the package? Package here. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. So yeah, there's beat with the host parameter here. Okay. All right, let's look at the libs here quickly. All right, radix UI. Okay, sweet. So we have that lib in there. So we have to stick to that, I guess. What else do we have here? We have React query here as well. There's Tailwind. So yeah, we are using Tailwind CSS. Axios is our client for REST, for, Ajax. RESTful calls. What else do we have here? .env, pick up env files. Couple other things here to make things look pretty. And just standard React stuff. Okay. All right. So Tailwind is Zustand, obviously, for JSON validation. I'm matching the state. Okay. I also have web vitals. That's nice. We're going to use that to get some metrics. Okay. Let's do this then. So Tailwind is our best friend from now on. Okay. So I'm seeing that Claude reused the same classes that were in this file. Just not bad. Wait, which version of Tailwind this is? Tailwind, which version? Oh, this. Okay, so this is the version 3.44. So I'll get this on the screen, the doc, so I can see the classes and the CSS properties. So I'll have to guess. Right. Let's see if we can find the right version. Because they did release the latest. Is this the latest version? Probably not. They did release major change was like 2 weeks ago. Okay, I just want the docs. Come on, Tailwind. I don't care about Tailwind Plus. Okay, there's the docs. Okay. Yeah, so this is Power Dev. Like programming languages are simple, and I mean that. You can learn a programming language in minutes if you wanted to. It might take you maybe an hour, right? So you take any programming language, say Python, TypeScript, they all have the same structures, right? For loops, if statements, variable declaration, whatever. They're all pretty much the same. It doesn't really matter if it's functional or non-functional. Imperial, programming, procedural, whatever. It doesn't really matter because the programming language in itself is very limited and it's very quick to understand it. You can even memorize it, right, very quickly. However, the difficulty in coding comes from actually using the frameworks because their opinionated way of using the programming language, and it comes with specific features, right? So you don't know what features it has, you know what the opinion they use to actually create the specific framework, right? So framework is what takes time, right? So if you code, for example, I don't know, in Java in itself is fairly simple programming language, static, but then you start using Spring, right, for your Spring or Spring Boot for your microservice chassis. You project, right? So then you have to understand a lot more, not about Java, but about Spring, really. So it becomes a Spring thing, really. Here, we have to understand React and Tailwind, both of these things. So CSS in itself is simple. So it's JavaScript or TypeScript, but Tailwind, well, I have to look at the docs. I have to look at the classes, right? So if you don't use it every day, since I don't code frontend every day, because there's other stuff to be done. So if you are a front-end developer, if that's what you do day to day, you probably can memorize all the CSS classes or the one which you created for a specific project and have it just cache it in your brain, right? If you come to a project like we did, this major huge code base, well, you have to do a little bit of research. You can't just rely on whatever you know about Tailwind, or because things can be overwritten, right? So you don't know what standards people are using it, right, in this code base. So let's have a peek at maybe see if there's any style. Oh, there's a styles directory here. Let's look at the. There you go. So there's the theme. What is this theme? I see. Okay. So you also have to be mindful of these CSS files here as well. All right, so they have multiple themes. So if I go back to, I can't look at it right now, but I guess you can switch themes, black and white themes. Actually, wait, we have it running. We still have it running in our cluster. So yeah, so you can change the themes here. Okay. All right, sweet. All right, so at least we found the section where we have the classes here that are used for the themes. So that also makes things a little more difficult because you have to update both your dark and light theme as well. Yeah, front is not simple. It's as complicated as backend and as DevOps, as machine learning programming, just because of the frameworks and all the stuff piled on top of the TypeScript. And React is really a framework. People call it a library, but because it skews everything towards React, it is a framework because it's as big as Angular. So it doesn't matter if you code Angular or React, treat them as frameworks because they're not just libraries. People have this skewed perception that React is just a library, but once you package it with a project, it controls everything else in your project. So it's a framework. Right. So we have to change things in multiple places here. If you want to add, so I'm gonna try not to add new classes and just reuse whatever they had. So I'll just use the same button colors for importance because I'll make this a quotes important button. I'll use the same color scheme or the same classes as they have here. Yeah. I see. Okay. And there's your extension for Tailwind as well. Oh boy. Okay. So that's going to be a little bit painful. Let's see if we can make this very simple and stick to wherever they had. And so if I go back to our version that's deployed already, let's see what kind of buttons we can use here. I like to use something that stands out. So like this one, new flow. So I'll make this class the one for the single sign-on. So it stands out. Okay, so let me just inspect this so I can grab the same class. Right, okay. Okay, so for this button, all right. Let's see if I can find it in a code base. And only search in frontend. All right. Looks like that's the button. Are these data classes? So let me double check. Yeah, so variant equals to default. I'm assuming it's the variant. Okay. Variant outline. Let's go default. And where is, there we go. So we changed the variant. Oh yeah, we also have to change, what else do we have to change? I only want to change the text processing. Where's the text stuff? Where's the phone stuff? So we're looking for text transform. Let's look at here, text transform is not. Why is, are you punking me? It is transforming the text. Is it in this one here? Where's the text transform? Oh wait, why is this? What is this? A processing? Oh, this is pre-processing the text, so it's not doing it with the text transform. Hold on a second. And where's my update? Yeah, okay. Let me see what it's applying here. All right, let's find where the text transform happens, so we can skip it. Well, I think it just happens, where does it say? Applied CSS, index CSS. Let's just have a look at those two. So on the styles, where are the styles? Okay, well, that's, so it's not here. So it's doing HMR update, HMR. Look at the configuration of it, so we can get a little bit of understanding what's happening here. Okay, so we have some plugins here. Let's see what configuration we have here for bit. Also Tailwind as well. Is actually text transform used anywhere? When you build the assets, let me see, what was it doing here? When it's minimized, I want to avoid text transformation. So, you know, I'm just going to add a CSS here just to see if it is a text transform. So let's add a style here. Comments. Okay, so for this button here, just for testing purposes, we can add a style here just to disable things, hack our style a bit. So we have normal case and Tailwind, I see. So if I add to the button, let me just add here, normal case, normal dot case. Let's see if that changes for me. What happened? I see. Is a normal case even applied? Well, is that the right class? The doc says it is. What's what? Let me just add it here. Let's go none. This is why a lot of times I do front-end dev and Chrome because it's less annoying than Safari. Oh, come on. And Grammarly, let's turn this off. So turn this off for, I don't want to do Safari for 1 hour. Okay. So it goes away. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, that is very, okay. Go away, Grammarly. Why are you still here? I just turned you off. Grammarly. Oh my God. Oh, that's annoying. I can't disable Grammarly here. Oh, jeez. What the bloody hell? Oh, I can't disable it. Quit Grammarly. Okay, that was painful. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do here is just add a text transform here, just to see if it's, I'm going to say to none. Okay. It's not overriding it. Should be all right, let me look at the normal class again. There's something I'm missing here on normal case. That's why I have my Tailwind CSS doc open here. It is normal case. Normal case. You know what? Let's see this. Why aren't you liking my normal case? What's wrong with you, bro? Like, this should be such a trivial change to make, and it doesn't seem to be. Is Tailwind lying to me? Is that the class? Tailwind, come on. Normal case. It is the version 3 we're looking at, not version 4, the latest one. What? Come on, Tailwind. Why are you messing with me? All right, let's put this back and let's see if we can use a different class here for text transformation from the doc. Now in my head, I have Angular in my head right now, not React or Tailwind. Oh boy. So it's gonna be a little bit painful here, working with the doc. That's what we have, docs, right? Theo. Fine. Let's see if we can force it. So we'll just add a style here. React style. Yeah, double mustaches. It's all coming back to me now. Thank you, Celine Dion, our national treasure. Even with the tariffs from Trump, we still have Celine Dion. Was it text transform? Set it to none. That should force it just for this. What happened? All right, let me do, what's it, uppercase? Wait, what's that? Forget now. What's the uppercase one? Uppercase, just uppercase? Well, it's working now. See, it's uppercase. So, so the CSS is adding the capitalization text transformation, but it's adding it in really bad place somewhere. Okay. What's the standard one? None is not working because it's not overriding it. So I want to get to lowercase. No, I just want a regular case. Why are you so painful, Tailwind? It is none if you want to disable it. So, oh boy, if I put this to lowercase, it's lowercase. Now if I put this to none, what's wrong with you, CSS? What is wrong with you? It's still capitalizing it. Now, obviously, I'm not going to blame this on Tailwind because I will not blame it on Tailwind. Because why should I? There has to be some cascading text transform applied here. Hey, you know what? Let's have a look at here. Right. Well, this is hilarious. So if I put it to uppercase, it is working. Good times with CSS. And if I disable this, it goes to capitalization. That's a lie. That's not none. That's not none. That's capitalize. Actually, you know, let's open this in Chrome. I just want to see if I can. Where's my Chrome browser here? So Firefox is usually the best one for dealing with CSS issues. It has a nice CSS tools there. Let's open up my old nemesis Chrome and see. So it is uppercase in this case. I just embed this into the browser. See, it always opens up console. Like, why? Why is the default always the console at the bottom here? Anyway, someone was annoyed by Google. All right, so let's have a look at this here. Peak. All right, so we have the element style uppercase. Now, once you disable, it goes to capitalization. Now, it should not be capitalization by default. It should be just none, man. Like, why is this happening? Who decided to put capitalization on everything? What about the sign in button here? Let's see. Text transformation is none. Okay, and what if I think it's just bunking me. This one is text transformation is none. That's not none. That's capitalization. Well, this is fun. Having bugs in CSS, it's always fun. I do wonder if somebody created like a global text transform here, which would be hilarious. That's applied to everything. Let me look at the styles here. All right. Well, we're just getting to know each other first of all. So we're getting to know the code base and what's happening here. So this is not a good start. What can we do here? I don't want to hack it just on the style on the button itself. I like to just have a nice class. Boy, with normal case. I don't want to have style here. So what can we do here quickly? I want to disable capitalization, and I want to disable it at a class level, and I don't want to do that in styles. And normal case, it's not working for whatever reason. So, you know what? Let me see if actually the uppercase is working. So if I put the uppercase, if I remove the style, first of all, the uppercase one, and then I'll add the uppercase on the class level here. This should be uppercase right now. So it is uppercase, you can see, right? So it is working with uppercase. Let's just put lowercase in here. Save it. It changed it to lowercase. But if I put it to normal case, well, actually, let's put capitalization first. So let's see how capitalization looks. Right, so it's capitalized, right? It just, change everything except the first letter to be capital, right? Now, if I put it to normal case, which is to preserve the case, let's see if it's working. It's not working. Oh boy. Let me put this a bit higher. Nope. Let's put it a little bit higher into the bigger div. Where's the parent div? Let's put it right here. Nope. Well, this is discouraging and disappointing. I'm gonna assume this is a bug because this doesn't make sense. I'm just remove all the stuff I added here, because if you add any other class, it works, case class. But if you add if you try to bring it to normal, it doesn't work. So that's a bit silly. This must be a conditional statement somewhere in a CSS. Well, let me see if I can find any presence of capitalization in the project. Right. Nowhere to be found. Right. It's just doing it because it feels like it. I see. So that's pretty interesting. Disappointing, but interesting. You know what? Let's just force it. See if we can do it here just with CSS, just to validate to myself that this is a bug, or it's not something silly. Let's add a style and just add import here as well. So let's just do both. Let's do a React style, and let's do style. I'll just bring back the other one I had. So style, where's my style? All right, style here. So I'm gonna put this to none, but I'm also gonna add, let's add CSS text. Come on, cursor. CSS, not CCS, CSS text. Let's add CSS text. Is that the right syntax? I can't remember now. All right, let's put a text that transform. Known, and then just let's make this important. Let's see if that blows up in my face. Oh boy. Why are you mocking me, CSS? Why? All right, so this looks like it's pre-processing the text. It's not applying CSS class, so because I can change it here, right? Right. So it's not CSS. It's just there's a plugin that's getting applied. So it's not CSS. It is a plugin. So let's see which freaking plugin is doing this. So let's remove this for now. All right, and then we have a clue here. So there's an index page, and it's just processing this. It's converting, or it's processing the apply CSS and index CSS together, which HMR updates. So it's probably just adding a plugin. A plugin's pre-processing it. Because the text here is, if I can inspect all the same thing as I did in Chrome, I can change this, and yeah. Right, and if I then add a style attribute here, let's make it uppercase. Oh my God, come on, Safari, why are you punking me? Text, transform, and let's go uppercase. Right, so CSS will override wherever's here, but this text here is being capitalized. When it's being updated by a bit, it's a plugin. Okay. All right, so we learned something. We have pre-processing plugins installed in this framework on this project. So I'm assuming it's probably related to internationalization somehow, because we used to, this code base is massive, and it also has multiple language support. So I'm assuming this is using internationalization to do it. So let's have a look at the plugins again, so we can understand if there are any plugins here again. So plugins here, Vit config here. So we do have plugins here. React plugin, and what about any other plugins here? What is this plugin? Let me have a look at this. What does this plugin do? Usually you have a section here for CSS, but I don't see it right now. So let's figure out what does this Vit plugin do. All right, so this just converts SVGs into React components. Okay, so that one is benign. There's obviously the React plugin there as well. I want to look at the internationalization, if there is one here. So tsconfig, okay, let's look at tsconfig JSON here. Not much here. We also have Tailwind plugins here. This I see one for form, one for animate, a couple utilities here. Theme plugin, sweet, okay. Nothing that changes text as far as I can see. And we have Tailwind CSS here, another prefix. Okay, so this is host config. Oh boy. Yeah, just for SVGs. Don't care about that. There's the SVG plugin here. Oh, you know what? Let's add Claude, man. Because again, it's a big code base, so I'm not able to find it. So Claude. Let's see what Claude thinks about this. It's looking for text transform as I was looking. All right, let's see what Claude found. So, okay, so we do have something here. Thank you. Where's this? This is in components. Oh boy. Okay. So where's components? Components, UI, button. And for buttons, we have what? Where's the buttons here? So it says that it's right here. Okay. So we have two title case. So here we can add ignore title case equals to true. I should just ask Claude, man. It found exactly what this was, man. Damn it. Thanks, Claude. Jeez. So Claude says, just add this variable here. And let's see if it makes a difference. Oh, it did. Damn it. Damn it. It's on the button component. They added the capitalization. Okay. So there we go. So we're back in the game. So Claude saved the day. Cloud coder. Okay. So there you go. So we have two buttons. See sign in, same with SSO. I do like to adjust the responsiveness of the or thing in the middle, just for aesthetic purposes, right? All right. So where is the or? Here. So this is spanning too many things here. I want it to be just across. Actually, let me look at the component here. How big is this component here? So the or is right. So yeah, it shouldn't be this big. I want to stay within the same container or the same size. So here, it should be popping out of this one here. So let's change it to. Let's change it. You know what? What if we just do like so and start? So it should be full length, first of all. And so that's the first thing. I can look silly. That does look very silly. I don't like the separation at all. Okay, and I just want this to be in the middle. And I want this to be relative. And where's my friend Tailwind documentation? So we can tell what's happening here. Tailwind. So we just need the layout CSS classes here. So when justify items, I want to justify in the center. So justify items in the center is the class. So I want this to be my. Now is this relative to other ones? Let me just double check. Oh, this is within. Okay, sorry. So this has to be on top. So this is for the parent, not the child. So we want this one here to be like this. Okay. Hello? Hello? What happened? Justify Atom Center. So that's the one we want. Does it have to be grid as well? I think they want grid as well. All right, sweet. So now let's just put some separation here between them. Where's the separated one? Spacing. Oh boy. Tell anything annoying. Where's the spacing? I can just put margins, man. I mean, why am I even looking at these classes? I mean, you can just put a margin between them just to, give a little bit more space between the or and the two buttons. But yeah, let's just look at the margin class here. So for margins, they have M star. I'll just put M8. M star. What's M star utilities? So M8. So if I put M8 around here, there we go. Sweet. All right. So again, fairly simple GUI. Nothing special here. All right. Moving on. So now, next part is to click on this. We should not see what the button is. So handle keycloak event login. So let's see if we can look at this. Okay, let's get it's inspect. Let's look at the network tab. Let's see what happens here. So once we click this, nothing happens. Okay, it tries to get the realms. All right, so that's not, yeah, we don't want that. Okay, so let's see. Handle keycloak login. So this is event here. All right, now we're just going to go and start fixing the business logic as we go from front end to back end quickly. All right, so we have the redirect to keycloak login page here. So it's part of our hook here. So let's go to the hook. And the React hook, we have what? Let's see what Claude added here. Handle keycloak. Is this one here? Let's double check. Yeah, so it's this one here. Redirect to keycloak login. It's looking the hook here. And this one, okay, there's the method. Okay, sweet. So what's happening here? Yes, if it's enabled, sure. See, SRF protection, sure. Let's add that. I'll change it in a second. Now, we're using local storage. I'm not a big fan of local storage for these things because that means you can do this in multiple tabs, browser tabs. And for security, I like to use session storage. So it's only in one tab. That's for security reasons. I know it's convenient to have application open multiple tabs, but that convenience is not good when it comes to your banking application or anything like that. Now, I'm not saying it's a banking application, but for security, this applies as well. So I'm gonna leave local storage for now. But what else do we have here? Here, config URL. So we don't want this to go to Keycloak. We want this to go to, let me think, how should we do this? I always like to hide Keycloak behind RESTful API, the backend API. So the backend API should be able to execute this. The problem here is that this has to happen in the client. So going back to the server and then kicking off the web page for the client, that doesn't make sense. So we do want to go to this URL. Now, this URL comes from where? This comes from, again, from the backend configuration. Where's the backend code? So here's the config here, the response data, set config, and this one has, yes, the URL comes from here. All right, so just make sure that we have the correct URL. So we'll define all the properties on the backend side, and we just get it from the backend. But we still need to have this type of a string in here. Now we can bring this back as a fully kind of concatenated string, so it doesn't have to be. You don't have to expose the details here. So yeah, so this is the authentication endpoint, but the OAuth URL can come directly from here. So this could be, so this is not just URL. We're going to make this OAuth URL. Okay, so let's do that. And then after that, we need to get the client ID. I don't want to expose that either. I'd rather have this on the backend side, this handshake. Okay, so we're going to come back to this thing here, the callback, because I'm not happy with the callback because of the way we manage state here. And I don't want to create the token. I want to create a token. I want to package the Keycloak token within the LangFlow token. So the token that comes back has to be LangFlow. So that's going to change as well. So this access token here, we don't want this to be Keycloak token. We want this to be LangFlow token that has the access token from Keycloak. So we don't have to change much, because I'm assuming the login here. Oh, wrong one. We're going to assume that I think OAuth context here. Where's the login page? Requires, yeah, new access token, but the assumption here that is the access token of LangFlow, not Keycloak. So we're going to keep it the same. Let me just see set access token here. Where's the actually access token created? Where's it created? Here. This is just passed in. It's not created. All right, so let me look at this method here, and I just want to see where, no, not here. I want to get the function, oh, here, where is it? OAuth. Just trying to get a little more information on this, okay? So wherever I want to see the process where it's actually being used, so initial value has nothing. I'm just looking for the place where we actually create the token, so I can use the same. Okay, so where's this function? Oh, come on. Let me just do a Control F. So in the login page, there should be here. There we go. It's here. So this is called when here. So we need to create the same access token as we have here in this data. Okay, so where's this data coming from? Right, so it's coming from the backend. Okay. So we're just going to look at the process of the backend to make sure that we create the same token, and within this token, we're going to have the keycloak token, right? And for the refresh token, we'll try to we'll keep it the same, and then we're going to have refresh token there for keycloak as well. So we just have to match the time on both. Maybe give a little bit more refresh, like the time for refresh has to be a little bit longer in keycloak. So then it is triggered by the LangFlow token. So when LangFlow refresh token or access token times out, uses the refresh token, then the access token for keycloak has to be a little bit longer just to match it, right? So the SSO token has to be longer than the token here. Okay. All right. So at least we know how things are happening here. So now the next thing is, again, for the backend, we need to update a few things. So these properties here coming back, let's make this OAuth URL when it comes back. So this is going to be, whole thing is going to be OAuth URL. So I'm just going to comment this out here, just have it for later. So it's going to be OAuth URL. Yeah, let's make this a string, sure. All right. So it's keycloak. Yeah. All right. Client ID. Yeah, client ID redirect. So we also need the client secret here as well. Do we? No, we don't. We need the secret only on the authentication code or authorization code grant. So, okay, so I'm going to put this, I'm going to comment this out just for reference. All right. So right now, what we care about is the authentication rail client ID. Okay, so let's just open up the backend now. So the backend API needs to have this. So just close all this and just have the env file and the keycloak file here. Okay. Right. So this is going to be our OAuth URL. I don't know why this is being funny. Right, spelling. So that's coming from the backend. What else do we have in here? So we're calling the config first, and then we're going to pass in these things here. So that's going to be, again, OAuth URL. I'm going to pass that in. Okay. And we need to add these properties here. Okay, so realm, server URL, client ID. Okay. Now, it would be nice to have a CI/CD process when we inject these values from just from Terraform. And we'll do this on the Helm chart, but for here, we're just going to hard code these values in the env file. So first thing we need is the realm. So it's going to be LangFlow, keycloak, realm. So this is going to be ops for now. That's an ops realm that we have. The next thing we need to get is the server URL. So the server URL, hey boy. So I don't want to do it this way. So let's get the server URL first here. Where's the frontend URL used? We don't even use, oh, it's in directory. Okay, all right, cool. Anyways, so server URL. I'll just put this down here, and this is going to be OAuth URL. I'm just going to compose this. And let me grab it from another project. So when we develop Lob Chat, we already have a dev environment there. Actually, let me just open up here and cursor, so I can grab so many Git projects. What the hell did I call this one? It was KPS. I want to say Lob Chat. This one here. I think this is the project. Yeah, this is Next.js React. Okay. Does it have the env file here? I think so. Okay, let's open this. Oh, sweet. Actually, it's right there. All right. All right. So let's just grab some of these properties here. Right. So we need these three properties. These are the basic properties that we need. All right. Let's, so we're good with this for now. All right. So in this URL, we combined the realm with the URL. It just makes sense. There's no need for realm. And I'm just going to call it keycloak issuer as well. So you can combine both things in the URL. You need to do separate them. And then we just need to put the client ID and the client secret. Sure. In this case, we're just going to call it LangFlow. And the secret is where it's going to be the secret once you create the secret. All right. And the rest is fine. So now let's just update the variables in the OAuth. All right, so we had the frontend URL. Why do we need the frontend URL? We need the URL to redirect to, but that is done with config, not with in here. So, all right, so just ignore for so client ID, client secret, we have that. Realm, no, let's just call this the keycloak issuer that issues the. What's the root of the keycloak URL? So there's no server URL either. So I'll just get rid of that. Okay. Something HTTPS happy.com. Okay. Anyways, so that's the default. Actually, let's make this empty and make it required in Pydantic. All right, so that, okay, now from the URL, this is the one, create users, true, role, yes. So just only the front, what do we need the front URL for? Just gonna go back to the home page. So the same, so you're not gonna control it here from Keycloak. We're gonna let the application do its business, same as it does right now. So we don't need that. All right, so that simplifies things. All right, sweet. So let's just move this. So that's what we have. Now coming back here, realm. Yeah, we don't need realm. And I'm just going to call the still the OAuth URL because we need to provide a different URL on the login page. Okay. And client redirect URL, redirect. No, I'm not going to put it here. The redirect is going to be controlled in the front application, front and not the backend. So the backend is really just for this, to give you just a basic keycloak information, and let the front end control the redirect. So this is again front end. Don't need that. And redirect again. We're going to remove redirect. It's not required. So it's not that it's just required. We just don't want to control it from here. Well, let's control it from the front end. Just be consistent. So we will have the same functionality as with the login page, as with SSO. So that, yeah, so this is gone. So this is just what do I call it? You know what? I'll just pass in the root, and then, you know what? I'll just call it the issuer as well, just for consistency's sake. Yeah, keycloak issuer here. It's more generic when it comes to SSO. So then if you want to add a different type of a SSO, you can just refactor this to be a little bit easier to manage. Anyway, so this is gone. And this is going to be the issuer. And this is going to be, again, OAuth issuer. From settings. All right, so that makes things a bit simpler. And this is gone as well. So we're just simplifying it as we go. All right, so these are the three properties that we're going to return. What is your problem here? Is it used somewhere else? Should not be mixed case. Okay, so let's call it client underscore ID, if that makes you happy. So what is it, snake case? Do you don't want to deal with camel case? Sorry, with what's the name for the other thing? Is it camel case? I think it's camel case, right? All right. So let's just do it here as well. Just stick to the standards. Okay. All right, so that'll be it for the configs. That's all we need from the configuration point of view. Yeah, so we need that. Just and then we can use this to create the URL dynamically in the front end. Okay. Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay, now when it comes to the login and the hook, we are going through redirecting the login page. Okay. Right, so it's going to be the issuer. And I'm going to reuse what we had before. Yeah, let's do it that way. Client underscore ID. Well, actually, wait. Right, so we have different cases for variables here in TypeScript and Python. So let's see if we can match these up. Yeah, you know what? Let's just make it the same. Just to avoid conversions. So going back to keycloak, let's make this ID. So when it comes back as a JSON object, it's happy. Yeah, even though this is complaining here. Anyway, so once this gets converted to a JSON object, it's going to be happy. And once this is happy, then this is happy here. It will match the ID. And it's going to be issuer here. No more realm. No more redirect URI. That one we grab from the login page in a second. Okay. So we're just trying to make this work. And then we can start refactoring things and customizing. So, people always have a process, and my favorite process is TDD, test-driven development. However, it's very difficult to do TDD on a project that is as big as LangFlow, and then applying that methodology where you're just trying to figure out how things work, and just so here you just want to build stuff, you want to experiment, you want to build it. Then once you build it, you refactor it. Once you refactor it, then you test it, right? So the process is a bit different because you still want to do tests at the end. You want to do at least some unit tests, make sure your code is good, but it doesn't make sense to do TDD to write a test if you don't know how the system works, right? Like there's a presumption, an assumption made when TDD that you know what the hell is happening in the system, so you can write a test that fails, write the code that works, refactor, write the test, and go through that loop. But if you don't know how the code works because it's a huge code base, you're just jumping into it. Just make it work first, right? So the process has to be make it work first. See if it works. Build it first, right? Don't design it. Build it first in this specific case. Build it and then see if it works. Then the cycle starts again. Then you refactor, see if it works, and then you start testing, right? And then refactoring again, right? So there's you have to go through it through iterations here to be able to get good quality code, right? So first code we're going to write here, it's not good quality. We're just trying to make it work. Right? Just make it work, right? So make sure that the back and front end works. Make sure you can talk to Keycloak. And if you have the happy path, once you have the happy path, then you look at the critical path and you make it beautiful. You make it a golden path after, right? So you go through these kind of cycles here. So right now, this is not the final code. This is the code just to make it work. And if it works, then we're going to go back, refactor, and redo it and write tests and test to validate our code. And then also tests are good for pull requests as well. So if LangFlow accepts the pull request, because we'll push it to LangFlow and see if they want to use it or not. It's always nice to have a pull request with tests, right? And good test coverage as well. So it covers most of the code you wrote and tests. Anyways, so it's a loop, right? I'm going to go back and loops here, mini loops, back and forth, and keep on changing things. First goal is make it work. Okay, that's the first goal. So getting back to that goal first. Okay. Anyways, so we get the response data. We have the variables, and once we have the variables, now we trigger. When you click the button, we trigger this process to go to the login page. Okay. So we are using OpenID Connect. So I think we might have to do a little break here and just jump into Keycloak and configure Keycloak with Terraform. Because we want to start testing things, right? Now, we need a couple other things we need here as well, right? Let's see. Let me see what we have in Keycloak here. So when it comes to the access token, so that is the correct, obviously, that's the correct, actually, wait, no, it's not the correct. It's OAuth. No, we need the token one, right? So OAuth is that the login page? I can't remember now. Yeah, it is the login page. Yes, that's the main URL. Let me just double check this here quickly. Let me move it to this browser window. So this is our Keycloak version here. Right, so if I look at the top here, yeah, it is /auth. So this is the login page, sweet. And then let me just grab this URL. So we just have it for reference. So going back, just dump it here. Dump it, let's dump it right here, okay? So there you go. So we have, yeah, the issuer name here, OAuth, client ID. We have the redirect. Yeah, so the URI has to be there. What else do we need there? What is this? Admin console. So this is a whole thing. Okay, here, response mode. We don't care about that. Response type, don't care about that either. Scope, yeah, we care about scope. And there's the security nonce. Where else? Okay, so that's all good. So that's our login page. Okay, so that's the right URL to have here to kick off the login. Let me think about here. What else do we need here? So if I go to ai.kubert here, so this is the Next.js React application where we, it's a chat application. You can chat with language models. So here we have also single sign-on. So actually, let's grab, this is a better example for us, right? This is a nice example here for us. So actually, we want to replicate this example. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. All right, so the same, so there's the scope. Yes, open ID, profile, offline. Yeah, response type, that's going to be added automatically. Client ID, right? And there's redirect. And the last thing we have is code challenge that is added by Keycloak. And what else do we have here? Okay, right. So that matches what we have here. Okay, except for the secret. We don't care about the secret right now. Okay. So response code, scope, open profile. Yeah, and offline access as well. So I'm gonna add offline access here. This is it's gonna give us ability to deal with tokens a little bit better. Offline tokens. Okay. What else do we have here? What is state? State is what? What the hell? Oh, state is this. We don't need that. Hold on. Do we? Do we post-process the state here? Where's the state? What did Claude add? So Claude added, gets back the state, and then the state is used to validate. Okay. All right, so that's what we need the storage for this CSRF attacks. Keycloak has its own CSRF attack protection here. So you know what? Let me log in here to the console, Keycloak console. Okay, so we're going to be in the ops realm doing our thing, and we have multiple clients here. So if you look at the LoveChat client here, let me see what configuration we have here. As you can see, we added this for local testing here. This so it can detect my React application on Next.js in this case, whatever React application client side. Right. So I don't think we added any protection here. Okay. Right, and there's the offline token here. So here we can control how long the token lives. Again, we're gonna have to adjust this a little bit longer than the LoveChat token because we want the LoveChat first to trigger its refresh and then trigger the Keycloak refresh. All right. So I don't see any configuration here, but maybe it's on the realm. Let's look at the realm settings here. Because I remember we added some protection here. Events, security, defense here. So we do have headers that we push here, so that's good. These are good HTTP headers, all good stuff. For brute force protection, we do have as well, so you can try multiple times. We also have requests per second limitations on the ingress as well, so you can't just keep on trying log in. And at bare minimum, you should always have that on your ingress. So what I mean by that is, where's my little window here where I had my pods? So here's my Tailwind doc. But if you go to your pods, and if you look at your ingress controller or ingress YAML deployed, so you should always, at bare minimum, add a little bit of protection here. So if I look at the YAML here, just look at the annotations here, see if we added for this one. Let me see. Right, I don't see it, which means that we're going to have to go back and enable this. So what I like to do is always add requests per second on the ingress here, annotation. So where's the Helm chart? That's something I should add to a Helm chart as a default. So okay, Helm chart here. So in our deployment, I should push these changes soon. Where's the ingress? Here. So yeah, I don't have it here. I guess I forgot to add it. So what I always like to do is add an ingress annotation here to limit the request per second. I was copy pasting this from my other chart. Whereas did I just miss it or delete it? Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, so I'll add it in a minute. Anyways, I'll just put a comment here. So let's just add. So request limiting. Actually, wait, cursor is about to help me. Come on, cursor. There you go. So that's way too much, right? So you can see it. The limit here is request per second, 100. No, not for a login page. This is not just for the login page, obviously. This is for the whole ingress. So we're going to customize this for, just comment this out. So to do, I'm just going to say to do login page. Okay, so we can detect the login page based on the URL. And so, where's the, here, it's /login, right? So you can look for this endpoint, and for this endpoint, not just for this endpoint, we also, when you press login here, not for Keycloak, but for for the basic login endpoint, we can also detect that one as well, and get the RESTful endpoint that goes to the backend, and and basically check for that, right? So two things. Let me just go back and make a mental note: add for login page and for login request REST endpoint. Okay. All right. It's just a common sense things to do, right? So you don't want the login REST point to be just hit many times and try to brute force attack on it, right? And it's just like a bare minimum we can do. Obviously, you can deploy much better security. This is just like a basic thing. If you're on a login page, you never have high request rates, right? Even if you have 1,000 users, they don't log in at the same time, right? So they might just log in, nothing happens for for a long time, and then somebody else log in. So if somebody logs in multiple times per second, right? They might be trying, because they forgot the password, but that's like 2-3 requests per second, right? Not 100, not 200, right? That just means brute force. So just add the limit here, and usually it's very minimum we can do. Anyways, so that's my to do for later. So going back to the React application. Not this one. I should really adjust the names here. Okay, so that should be client ID. Now redirect is redirect is going to come from here, from the previous login page. So here, when you log in success, you hit the login, and then what happens is what? So where's this function? Let me just get this function again. Okay, here. So and where does it go? Hold on, where is it? It says the token, get users, global variables, but where is the return from this thing here? I want to see the next thing on the router here. Which page does it routes to when it actually finishes logging? Where's it? Where's the config? Am I blind? Is I thinking is it true? Get user global variables. So the function is fine, but where does it go after when it's finished? So after you do a sign in, you call login on success. And where is the return? Oh, I'll look at the router. It's probably on the router. Okay, well, these are the protected pages. But after login page, what is the next thing it goes to? I guess it's going to go to the default one, but I wish there was a... No, I wish. I mean, there should be a better configuration here that just forwards it to a specific page. And I think it should go to flows, right? As we see, flows is... Yeah, there's the homepage here. Okay. All right, so let's configure here. Enable homepage. Is that what controls this? Yeah. So I guess that's the homepage. So after login, it goes to the homepage. Okay. Let me see where that variable is set. All right, it's set to true, part of the feature flags. So when you start, it goes to homepage, sure. And then the homepage is just configured on the router. Okay. Now, it's not just go to homepage, it should go to route to flows. So the login should go to flows, right? So login page, there should be redirect here to flows. Where is the redirect? There should be a redirect here to force the transition to the next page. This is why it's painful to dealing with big code bases, because you just don't know where things are defined. You just have to make assumptions. So the assumption is, in your component here, you go through the login process. And after the login process, you should have a way to define where you actually go. And the only thing I can see is just the login. So the login function here is executed on sign in. And the redirect has to be somewhere here on success. So it has to be in this OAuth context somewhere here where it's actually set. So it's just to verify to ourselves so we know exactly what's happening. So it's just, we're just learning the code base, going through it, learning it. It just takes time. It's just time consuming. I don't see it. And this is the React component here. Yeah, it's okay. So I don't see it. Let me ask Claude, because that's a simple thing you should be able to figure out. It's not simple to me apparently, but Claude. Help me, Claude. Search this code base and find where this is. So then we can be sure what to set. Oh, is it in the routes? It's checking the standard OAuth card. Okay. So it's making assumptions as well about kind of standard React authentication, which is nice. Okay, so it is going to home, but where is it? It's in, oh, yeah, it's right here. OAuth login guard. Okay. So it's on the authorization. We missed that part. Components, authorization components. There we go. OAuth login guard. There we go. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, it should be here. All right. So let's see if you can make this work with Keycloak right now. So there's, this goes to home. Okay, or redirect path. So we want to keep it the way it is. So we don't want to push this to Keycloak and have configuration on Keycloak side. We just want to pass this as a variable to Keycloak so it comes back. So it's set as a parameter here. So easy thing would be just to navigate to home or make home the URI for redirecting, and we do have to define a full path as we did for the other application here. So here, well, in here, oh no, we just get the Keycloak callback from the configuration. Okay, so we don't have to really define it now. We can just define it part of our Keycloak client definition. I don't know if I like that or not right now, because I want the configuration to be here. I'm able to set this. Obviously, we don't have this right now. So that's gone. So we don't have it part of our config. Right. So that's going to be set automatically for us, the redirect URI. If you go back to the clients, on the client, we configure URI right here. So we can just go put anything we want in here. So if you just put /home, then or flows, we can go to flows. So we can control it here with the configuration. Now, I just like to have more control. So because this is in a different system. So somebody else is configuring this, but they might not know what's happening in the front-end application. They might not know the routes. So we need to find a way to tie this back into, the React application. I think I'm just going to grab this like this and define it. I'll define it here so it's easy to change. Well, this is making assumptions about the full URL here, which you can grab from. Yeah, we need to grab the URL. So this is going to be our URI for the application, the best, so the front end URI. So we might have to put back the front end URI. So front end URI has to go in here. And then what else do we need here? Yeah. And then last time we go here to flows. So for example, something like that, flows or home, right? Based on the guard. Where's the guard? The OAuth guard. So they use the location search here to get the parameters, but also use the Windows location as well as the default path here as well. I never like doing that because it's very easy to change. So you can really trick the browser to change the Windows location. I'd rather have an explicit definition here. Let's look at the other one here. Do the same thing here? Yeah. To get the current path here, location path name. It's nice, it's dynamic. Where's the home path here? Home path is, yeah, so it's either root or flows, right? That's the home path. This is when you have auto login enabled. But I guess for login, it's the same thing, right? You either go to the root or go flows. So we want to go to flows, but we do want to make this configurable. Now, is there any other home they have here defined here? So I think there's flows is just the only home they have in the router when you enable the home page. Yeah, it goes to flows. Let me see. Seems like flows is the homepage they define pretty much for every, and it's not really configurable. It just goes to flows, right? So they enable it, but it's hard coded to flows. They don't have a configuration for the homepage. So, I'll do the same thing. I don't need to make it configurable. So going to flows is really what we need. Or we need. I mean, we can just use going to flows here. Okay, so that would be. So these are the ones we need. Now, let's just have a look at the security one. This one, and let's look at the front URI. If we can use something else besides Windows location right now. Like, that's not my default. I'd rather have a variable which defines the full path versus using the Windows that location. Yeah, I don't see them using the path anywhere, the front end URL. So move the separator. Just looking around, see if they're if they do use the front end URI somewhere, or it's just always coming dynamically from the browser. Yeah, it looks like we'll do the same just to be consistent. Doesn't mean it's the best way. It's just for consistency. Now I can always pass in the like we already had before, the URI from the front end, because that's one of the variables that we actually have. We pass that along to the backend what the URI is, but we don't need to add another configuration parameter, do we? No. All right. I think that's enough looking around. So we'll probably just be as consistent as the code base, so we don't have to be different here, reinvent the wheel, so to speak, or use a different wheel. Not really reinvent. Okay. Right. All right, so assumptions are like as follows. Flows is our homepage, and we'll grab the path from the browser URL from Windows location. So where's my hook? There's my login page. There's my key cloak auth. And the base URI is perhaps the better way of going, which I already have it there. Oh, you know what? Let's use the base URI. Why not? Hold on. Base URI is the API. No, that's the base URI for the backend, not the front end. Okay. I was happy there for a second if I can use the base URI or the base URL. All right. No such luck. Okay. All right. Let's use the browser Windows location as the way to find where is it? Just close some of these things. So it's good to understand the code base and what's happening here and how the routers are configured and everything else. So that's always good. All right, so going back to our hook. And what we are looking for is here, this. Okay. I think I'm sliding more and more in my chair. I'm getting smaller and smaller by the second. All right, let's get the full path. What's we want the location href, right? So let's get the URL. So the front end. Windows or window that location that href, and then we are just going to dump it here. I'll dump it here directly. And you know what? I'll just grab this one here as well. And make this there we go. All right, so that makes sense. Okay. So the redirect URI is going to be the path of the href from the browser, which is the href is just the first part, right? It's the full path. Yeah, it's the full path. No, it's not the full path. It's just the first part of the URI. Do we need? Wait, is it href? Why do I always forget these things? Where is the doc? Isn't it location origin? I feel like it's location origin. That's what I need. Yeah, I need that one. Also, I get it from React, I suppose, always. Yeah, I need the location origin. That's what I need, not the href. What am I doing? Origin. All right, so it's gonna be the origin, and then we can go slash flows to redirect to flows. It should go there because we already have the cookie set with the access token. All right. That would be it for that. All right, now let's look at the here, CSRF protection. I'm not happy with that one. We're going to pass along a random string, and then we're just going to check for that random string just to make sure that it's coming, well, that it came from the same request. My keycloak should be able to do this for us automatically because it already adds additional properties to the request when you start it. So let me look at the keycloak again just to verify it. CSRF. And actually, let me get the docs on the screen as well quickly here. So let's go to keycloak and just confirm that it adds it for us. Do they have one big doc? Come on, keycloak. Can I get one big doc so I can search? Well, this really sucks. All right, this is the one. So I see they have cores already supported, so we're halfway there. So we can limit what you have in the ingress. We set cores and we limit. It has to come from specific domains, the communication. So what else do we need to do? So it has to be the same site. So we have the course policy. It's just a CSRF token. I don't see it. CSRF. All right, let's see. All right, so we don't have to do it. It's already done with Web Origins. It validates it. Okay, sweet. All right, we'll do this. Well, it's actually already done. It's already done on the Ingress, Nginx, and also it's done within the configuration of the client. Hold on. State. So they also give you this. All right, let's have a look here. This is always painful. So matching the state cookie against the poster from the query parameters. Okay. Wait. What? The kubectl admin console makes REST calls to the backend kubectl admin REST. These calls require bearer token authentication consist of JavaScript page calls, so CSRF is impossible. So you can configure that admin API to validate course origin. Okay. Well, it's looking better for me not to implement it. Just double check this again. Set the state cookie and embeds a value in the cookie hidden from the field script. Okay, so looks like Claude had the right idea. Okay. Should we use Mr. Claude's solution? It looks like Claude was actually on point with this. Don't know how we came up with this. Where's my cursor? So Claude did this. I'm saying I'm not happy with this, but that's how the docs defines it as well. So bravo, Claude. Let's double check this then. Maybe we can reuse it then. So you know what? I'm just going to comment this out for now, and then come back and test it, because I see that Keycloak does a little bit differently. At least the suggestion is a little bit different. So let's comment this out for now, and we'll come back and enable this once we have it running, because right now it doesn't look like this is the best suggestion from the Keycloak doc. What is this? I don't want this. Actually, I do want this. So let's redo. Let's go to this login page. Sure. Yeah, I do want this. Sharp cursor, and then handle callback. Right. So this is where the state is. So that's where the state is saved. The random token. So let's comment this out as well. Right. And this is, we're going to comment this out as well. So we'll add this protection after we have it working, just to not have a false positive. Let's see what else we have here. So all right, so once we log in, we do the token exchange. Sure. We'll leave it the way it is. All right. So that's for later, if it's working or when it's working. And this is where we don't need this as well for now. And the homepage, I want the homepage to be, hold on. This doesn't make sense to me. What happened here, Claude? So once you get the callback here, get the code. And how is it here? I want us to be transparent. This should be logged in as well, not keycloak. So this is just about the token exchange. It's navigate, define here as well. Yeah, we have navigate here. Okay. All right. So I want this to go to flows. All right, we'll keep it the way it is right now, and we'll put a debug here and just see the actual routing, the way it happens. Okay, so that's good for now, just to kind of get it going. All right. So one thing to remember is that the callback needs to create a LangFlow token, not keycloak token, right? So you have to wrap the tokens. Okay. All right, let's look at the callback. So the config is fine. And then the callback here. What's happening in the callback? Yeah, I'm not liking this. Okay, so we do get the keycloak service here. We get the authentication properties again to check if it's enabled. Now, we probably should pass this in, but it should be the same as here. So there's no need to pass in. So it should be enabled. What else do we have here? What is this? Async session gets session. What? We're not going to be using the session here. So maybe there's a bit of a hallucination here happening here. And I don't see the service being used. So what's happening here? There's not much happening here, except for process the keycloak login here. So everything is actually in this function. And we get the service here again. So let's clean this up a bit. It looks kind of weird in here. So we don't need the service. Need to check if it's enabled. Define. The redirect has to match. Yeah, we don't care about this part here. Remove the redirect URI. Don't know why we have the state here in the DB session. I just really need the request and response really here. What is the code? The code is what? Code is just a query here, sure, okay. This looks weird. What is get session here? We don't need to access the database here. So there's no need for the database session here. We're just talking to Keycloak. The DB session, hold on. Might have to pass it down to the next method. Okay, so hold on, maybe a little bit too harsh here. So yeah, the DB okay. Yeah, so we need the DB session here. Now, is it async DB session? Let me see. Okay, it says async session. Okay, so this just will yield the database connection for this request. Now we need this to create the user if it doesn't exist and check the database. So we need it. Right. So let's have a look at this process Keycloak login method here. Let's sort this. They don't have VS Code, do they here? Hidden. Right. So they there's VS Code. Okay. Launching task. Okay. I was hoping for configuration here. Let's see. Let's look at the project TOML file here. Let's see what they used for sorting the imports. All right, so use rough. Okay. So rough lint. So why isn't rough lint installed and auto executing my? All right, so rough lint. Okay, so that's the one they're using. So let's do this. Let's install. Isn't it installed here? Let me see. Yeah, it's already installed. Yeah, we do use rough. Okay, so it's just not enabled in this dev container, I assume. Is there a rough file here as well? Or a hidden file to help with formatting? What about this one here? All right, so they are using rough. Okay, and flake8 as well with rough lint. Okay, so we need to set the linter here just to help us with the code quality here. Okay, let's do that then. So I like to always have a configuration file here, settings. Settings, I think it's settings.json. Let me grab it from a different project. So let's grab it from maybe LobChat. Let's grab it from LobChat. Let me see what I have in there. So we just want to we want to configure VS Code, in this case, cursor, to be able to do things automatically fast, like auto save, auto format, things like that. So we don't have to spend time on thinking about it. Actually, wait, this. Where's a good VS Code settings file here? What's this one here? Oh, you know what? I like this one. So this is the one. Let me just grab this one. I'll customize it. So let's throw this one here. Okay. Let's remove the spelling stuff for now. Let's see from the top. Zoom level 2, rule 100. So I like to have a line here, this little line you see in the middle at 100. So I know where the max is here, where I need to break on the next line. Tabs, okay, yeah, that's all good. Prettier risk, yes, make it pretty. And well, it's markdown, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about that. YAML. All right, so this just says that these are not there because it has been installed. So it has been enabled in the dev container. All right, but we're missing autosave in here. At least when you look at this here now. Right, so let's configure rough as well. So let me look at my other projects. I did spend a lot of time customizing my settings here so I can be a little bit more efficient. Just trying to find a good one. I'm just going to grab one from Python Dev. Yeah, let's just grab a project that just is pure Python Dev. And which one is a good one here? There we go. There's one from Python Dev. Okay, so going back to settings, spending some time on settings, but it's worth it. So in here, let me just add a Python section here. So le Python here. Just throw this anywhere, I suppose. Just throw above JSON here. All right. So in this case, we are using SQLite command fallback binary not valid. What SQLite is crashing? The SQLite plugin. We don't care about the plugin though. It's just being too noisy. Why is this plugin so noisy? Okay, it doesn't really matter right now. Okay, so here, default formatter is rough. So editor on save true. So let's see if this works. If I go back to Keycloak, save this. It did reformat. Sweet. So that's good. Now, let's see what is this? Oh, this is just complaining about not finding in the right path. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to fix this in a second too, but at least the formatting is good. If I go back to utils here, so this is complaining a lot. So if you click on save now, yeah, it rearranged them for me automatically. Nice. So it's nice to have that. Where else? Let me see. What else we can add to our settings just to make it a little bit easier on the eyes, less errors. Let's see what we add. So, oh yeah, files. I want to exclude all these cache files as well for Python. So let's exclude this. Okay. So these are all the generated files. I don't know why SQLite. You might just, you know what? Let's just uninstall this plugin because I don't know why I even use SQLite in Cursor. Here, reload window. No, I need to. Can I delete it? Uninstall it. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Reload window. Yeah, sure. Don't rebuild my container. Oh, you bastard. All right. Okay. Moving on. What else do I like? Search. There we go. When I do a search, I like to exclude a lot of different files. All right. Out, dist. Yeah, you need to search those files. Coverage, when you run coverage as well. Anything else? Let's see. Oh, Markdown. So I like to also have Markdown here as well. So already have Markdown. Okay. Where else do I have? All right. We're good for now. Now, when I code, I always put the Python to strict mode, right? But in this case, I'm not going to do that. Okay. No. And when it comes to extensions, I like to have extensions listed as well. So extensions, let me just grab my extension file. Let's put it here. All right, these are the recommended extensions. And for the dev container, they also have extensions here. Where's the prettier one? It wasn't added. Yeah, I'm not gonna, once I change this, it's gonna rebuild the container. This is using a dev container for the code, so I'll add it later. All right, so that's good for JSON, for settings JSON. All right, at least it fixed some of these formatting issues for me, so it doesn't look like there's so many errors here. Cool. All right. So here we go. A request comes in. The request gets a database session here. I'm not convinced about this depends. Let me see what all the other requests that these guys do here. Let's look at flows. Right. They just go call straight session. They don't do async session. But why wouldn't they? They do async session here. And the other one wasn't async. What? Why do they not? Why they're not consistent here? What's happening here? When you get a new flow, oh, because it's just a super class. That's why. Oh, subclass in this case. Okay. So they're not consistent, but it's fine. So we're going to use async session now. It doesn't have to be injected here with dependency injection. So let me see. In flows, where's the get session? Do they have a hook to actually get this? I don't see it. So they do have the session here. It's injected by what? By what? Usually, you have to use dependency injection to get that in there, but they're not doing that. Well, let's look at other requests. It looks to me like they must have, see, this depends right here, get the active user, but not the session. So I don't know why Claude added depend session here if I don't see it being used anywhere. All right, so there must be, what's the thing in Fast API? Lifecycle, not lifecycle, what's it called? Fast API. When you create a class, you define things need to happen before and after the request. Lifespan, there we go, that's what I was saying. So there's a lifespan here. So lifespan, it's executed right before the request starts in Fast API. So they should get the database session here. That's the way I do it as well. So there we go. So Fast API, there's lifespan here. And where's the session? So the session should be defined here. It's usually how we do it. I don't see it here. That's a bit strange. To do everything here except for the database stuff. Why is that? Yeah, a bit strange because usually you set up the session, database session in your lifespan function. Right, that's a bit strange. Okay. We have to know where the session is coming from so we can. Right, so going back into, let's go back to flows. Let's trace it back. It's important to know where the session is coming from so we can, either inject it here or not. So let's get session here. Let's see where it's actually used. Oh, it's actually here. Let me see. So there's this. That's right here. Okay, if it's used here, where is it actually triggered? Because I don't want to inject this if I don't have to. Because I don't see them doing it for the other requests. So there's no reason why we have to be special here. They do an async with here, so they don't inject it, just use it. Right, I'm gonna get the flows to get the session here as well. It's not consistent. What am I here in flows? Right, so when they load flows, okay, but then they also have this session on the request as well, on the controller or the router that kicks this off. So we can follow the same example as we did here, just do an async with session, so then we don't have to inject it or get it from do dependency injection. I just want to be consistent. And I don't see these guys being consistent at all for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't know why they're not consistent. Okay, let's just go back to the flows router here and see and trace it back. So when you go to flows, obviously you have to hit the database to load all the flows. Now here, let's go from the main one and trace it back. Here, read flows. Yeah, let's do the get and not the post. Let's just do the get new flows. No, okay. So here you go. Here comes the get request to get all the flows. And they have the session here. So that means it's injected somewhere. And the session, and they just use the session here, right? So they just do a direct call to the database session. Okay. Let me ask Claude, where is this injected? Because usually it's done a lifespan. And if I don't have to inject it, then I won't. All right, let's see what we have here. Oh, I see. So in the utilities here, they define the session as, oh, here, get session here. So the DB session itself has the get session. Okay. All right, well, that makes sense. So I don't have to call depends. I could just get the DB session. And that's why they do in flows. They have, yeah, the DB session here. Yeah, and it's get session here, depends on get session. Okay, so I don't have to do it the way Claude suggested originally. So going back to Keycloak file here, we are here. So I can just go like this. That should do it. And the only thing I need is just to get the import. Where's the DB session import? Here. Okay, so it's from API utilities here. Okay. So if I add this, like so. All right. So that's a little bit better now. So yeah, because the default here. So this, let's rearrange this. So this has to go here. Let's make it. Actually, hold on. We don't know. That's okay. Let me look at the structure of the request here. Here. So, right. So there's a structure to the request that is assumed in here in the get or in the post, and they put a star in here just to skip over the common ones that are always in front. But then, anytime you have something that has a value, it has to always come at the end. So the DB session has to come at the end. Now, the only difference here, we have a query parameter here, which is the code that we need. Let me see. Do we really need the code? Let's just double check this. Where is the code? Request. We don't need the request. Oh, the redirect URI. Response. Do we need the response? Well, let's just delete the request for now. These two things. Again, this is going to be DB session. No, this can be async session because the DB session is, so in here, the DB session will be the one that actually gets the session here, and then it returns async session. So then down the stream, we can just use async session here. Okay, that's fine. Here, token, right. So what else do we need here? Token. Where's the response at the end? Is there a response at the end? Right, and we have response. Okay, so we really just need the response object here and the session object and the code. Let me double check the code. So let's have a look at Keycloak RESTful API for the tokens. So when I get the token, when I fetch the token endpoint, I just need what? What do I need? We post to it and we submit what? What is the key information here? So we need the client ID, client secret. So we need the secret at this point. We need what else do we need? Oh boy. And grant type. Do we? Right. So we don't need the code. Why do I need the code? Claude, why do I need the code? Do I need the code, Claude? Why did you force me to use the code here? Let's look at the get token. Oh, it's authorization code. No, no, not the authorization code. When we get the token, actually the token is returned after the login. So this get token here doesn't look correct right now. Yeah, I'm not going to do the authorization code in here. That doesn't make sense. And I don't care about the redirect URI here at this point either. Oh boy. Claude, Mr. Claude. That's not what I want here. We need to go through the OAuth handshake. And at this point, we are grabbing the token, not the authorization code, right? So we already logged in, and we're just grabbing the token. So we're going to follow the OAuth process here. So this would be not the code, so I don't need the code. Get token from authorization code. No, not from authorization code. That's not correct. I really need a diagram of the workflow for Keycloak because every time I do this, I keep forgetting. Okay, so login page first. Sure. Actually, let's just go to a handshake right now through here. So let's go back and just look at the request and look at the workflow and just see if we can mimic this. So on the network tab, let's just clear everything. All right, cool. Now I want to preserve log. Sure. So now just log in and just look at the workflow. Okay, so Keycloak. Right, so we initiated this on the Next.js side. This is also CRF as well, CSRF. And we also hit the providers. Okay. So and there's the CRF token here that we added. And there's the callback here, going back to chat window. Okay, once we look in, okay, so we have the callback URL, we have the CSRF token. All right. All right, sweet. So now what's next? So let's log in. So if I just go through the Google login. taking forever to Google login. It is the authorized token. I don't know why this is taking so long. Google login. All right, going back here. So, all right. So we need the code. The code's going to be a validation. The authorization code. Right. So it's the right ground type. So thank you, Claude. You were correct again. Damn you, Claude. All right. Let's see what else do we need. So we do need to redirect URI for comparison. So we need that. Okay, so if we need that, we need to pass it from the back end to the front and back to the back end, so it's consistent. Okay, so we need to pass that in. What else do we need? We need the client secret. So that's the only thing we need. So this here token here, this also requires the client ID, client secret as well, as far as I can tell. This has to be also added as well. I don't know why it's not here. What happened, Claude? You know, let's do the OpenID tester. I like to use one of these testers here. OpenID Playground. Yeah, this one here. All right, let's test the one with the log chat and just get a full walkthrough. So let's put this side by side so we can just grab properties quickly and then just get a quick verification of the complete workflow so we can see what's happening here. All right, let's configure this. Debug configuration here. All right. OAuth, we want to use, yes, OAuth, nope. Custom, sure. Discover URL. So let's grab a discover URL, which is going to be, hold on. Let's get it on the screen again. So we're going to grab this. Slash, where is Google? I just want to grab the URIs quickly. Is there one here? They should have a section here where you actually can just grab the. Oh, you suck. All right. I'll just build it ourselves. So it's going to be what? Realms /ops/ it's going to be that well. What's it called? Well, where is it? Well. There you go. Well, now open up. Okay, so just grab this. So we want to add this at the end to do self-discovery. There we go. That worked. Okay. The OAuth token, all these different endpoints are here. Client ID. I get the client ID from here. Client ID is just going to be the name here says LobChat. LobChat. Client ID secret is going to be this one here. Copy. All right. Save. All right, let's have a peek at what's going to happen here. So let's have a look at the workflow that we have set up in Keycloak. So, all right. So first thing, we're going to go to a login page. Yeah. So we need, well, the redirect URI is going to come back here to this page. Okay. So the rest is fine. Response type code. Response type code. Yeah, I suppose. And there's a state. So okay, so this is for the security state. Okay. So Claude was correct about that state variable. Sure. Right. We don't have redirect URL, so let's just go back. So for testing purposes, I'm going to add this to our Keycloak configuration just so we can see the full workflow. Go away. So grab this. I'm just going to come back here quickly and add one more here. This is just for testing purposes. So we can get the full workflow documented here. So we don't have to guess. That's taking a bit of time. That's saved, didn't it? Yeah, successfully saved. Okay. Oh, Heroku. You have an application error. Damn it. That was always a good test website. What happened? Oh. I'm going to have to use a different website to test this. But I think we get the picture here. I do like the state variable here that Claude added, so we'll probably put that back for security reasons. Well, thank you for crashing. Yeah, somebody should look at the Heroku logs and see what's happening with that Docker container. Okay. Is that the only playground that we have here? What about this one here? I don't know if I trust this one. It doesn't matter. We're going to rotate the secrets as well, by the way. So it's not a big deal. Authorization endpoint. All right. Let's give the endpoint again. And the endpoint is, just grab it from here. Here. Let's grab this redirect URI here. Just replace this one here with this. Where else do we need? Response code, state, nuance. There should be a client secret here somewhere. I see client ID, but there's no client secret. Let's get this. All right, did something. All right, so there's authorization request, cool. And there's a token request. This is the one we're looking at right now. So yes, grant type this, redirect, yes. So we just need the client secret here to get the token, not to initiate the communication. Great, so that's what we have. All right, so client ID, it's not even required for the first, handshake there. Love chat. Let's grab the secret here. And the token endpoint is going to be, what is the token endpoint actually? Let's just grab this. So it's going to be this section / realms / ops / where is the token? Where is the token endpoint? Okay, it says protocol OpenID / token. Okay, so let's add that. What else do we need? Post load failed. Why did it fail? Let's try it again. Just testing the OAuth workflow here, just verifying it. Sure, I know it, but just for ourselves, we need to verify it. So client ID is only required here, not client secret. So that's what we had there. It's fine. OpenID, scope, yes. Let's just get more than just that scope. Let's just grab the scope we use here, the whole thing. Again, for testing purposes. Okay, what is this? Don't care about that. Okay, so let's grab this again. Just gonna grab this URL just for later. All right, so that works. Now this should be /token. Is this a different callback? Let's see. No, it's the same one. So the client ID again, log chat, and the secret here. All right, so code verifier. I'm assuming it requires this code here. Nope, the code is here. Okay. So this looks like it should work, but at least I know what properties I need right now, which is great. So redirect URI, I need the client secret, and the code and the grant type. Okay, so I don't know why the load is failing. It doesn't matter, but at least I'm sure about the workflow now. And the next thing is user info request. Okay, cool. All right, so I think I have enough information now. So move this to the side. Going back to LangFlow, and let's have a look at here. All right. So we need to pass a little bit more here than we have here. So get token here. It's going to require also and you know what? I'm just going to go to the PyPy library for this. So where's my PyPy library? The one we used was here. Oh, where is Python Keycloak here? Okay. I'm just going to go into that project. All right. So this is the example they use. They don't use client ID, client token, but it has to be, well, it's configured on the class. That's why. So, okay. All right, I see. It says define on the class, and as long as we pass in the, okay, so it's the code is good then. We just have to make sure we pass in the URL callback because right now we're not doing that because we moved it. Oh, you know, we deleted it from the properties. Right. Okay. All right. So that makes sense now. All right. So the issue was that it's set on the class level itself as a property, and then it's just used. So let's make this a bit quicker now. So the Keycloak service here, get Keycloak service, Keycloak service factory, get Keycloak service. What we have here. Let's save this. All right, so this is where we need to, yeah, and this is the class here. So, okay, so let's just reject this. So it's going to use this class here with these properties, client ID and client secret, and then we don't have to specify it anywhere else. Now, there's a few issues here that I already see. Okay, so first of all, this is the issuer URL or the issuer. All right. All right, Keycloak realm. Do I need to specify the realm here? Because I like to always have it on one on the URL. It should be sufficient. Let me look at the class. Where's the other class here? So they do use it, and the URL is just the one without any realms on it. Oh boy. So we have a consistency issue here with this lib. Let's look it on the GitHub. Where's the GitHub link? Isn't there usually a GitHub link somewhere here? Where is it? What? Useful links? Where's the GitHub link? All right. Are you dead to me, Doc? Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's look at the code. So I just want to verify that we don't have to specify the URL because I'd rather just do it on the URL itself. So here's the class, the OpenID client that the package uses. Right, client ID, URL name. Let's see how this is used here. So URL. And there's the connection manager. So how is this composed? Because they have to append the realms to the server URL. So where's the realm here? So they set the parameter path here. So they do set it automatically for you. So, okay, so they compose the URL for you. That's nice of them. So I wish I knew that before, so I don't have to contradict Claude, because my boy Claude actually did exactly as this library wanted to do. Right. So you know what? Let's go back and recheck this. So yeah, I'm gonna put server URL in here back. And where else? Here. So we can look at the timeline of changes and just grab the one that was there before, if we still have it. Right before that. What? What changes are these? That's interesting. We have the changes from the Git. Yeah, I want my changes here, not okay. So that's interesting. It didn't. Whatever. We're not going to be difficult here. Anyway, so putting this one back just to make the library happy. And I'm just going to grab the description straight from the lib, so we don't have to come up with our own, which is what? Just keycloak server URL. That's all it is. All right. All right. That should be good enough then. Right, so theirs is the same. So the only thing we actually we need to put back the redirect URL as well. So it's consistent between the two RESTful calls that we're making from the backend, even though the redirect is on the front end. Yeah, let's put it back. Let me just double check. on the client here in Git on the keycloak OpenID client. Yep. Okay. So we're just going to do this to make the keycloak library happy. All right. Let's just go add the changes to the backend, and then we'll go back and rejig the front end again. So, yeah, we're going to pass the redirect URI back to the front end, and the front end can pass it back to us. So we're URI. Okay. URI. I'm just grabbing this from the settings. This is something we're going to inject as an environment variable with Helm. Okay, and then we're just going to change this to the server URL. Let's call the server URL so we know what is that. All right. All right, so that is for the initial handshake. Now, once we click on the login button, comes back here. Again, I'm not happy with this here with this code in here as a query parameter. The DB session should come here before this one, like so. I forget the syntax now for the for query. Hold on, let me just double check. Let's only look in source/frontend. I want to see what they have on. No, not sorry, backend. I want to look at the backend. The fast API query here. Yeah. So let me see how you define it. Remind myself. Right. Here, that's a better example here. So when we get logs, we have here annotated query. Right, and it matches the name and the query URL. Okay. Right. So in our case, we want to. It's going to be required, so I'm not going to put to none. So that's not a good example here. We'll probably do something like for the logs. All right. Let me just do the thing for the logs here. let me just import annotated here from typing. Okay, and then we're going to go here. It's going to be annotated. It's going to be string. And this is just going to be a query, and we don't need to put any parameters here. Yeah, why do we need parameters here? Is it, where is, are we even adding it here? Fast API should be query here, right? Query. All right. All right, cool. That makes sense. And on this DB session, what is this problem here? It's not allowed in type expression. What? Why isn't it allowed? Tell me, cursor, what's the problem here? What the bloody, what kind of, dude, that's like the worst response ever. Why? I'm selecting this, fix in composer. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Okay. Default value. How do you define if that is required? I want to make sure that it's something is there. Hold on, what am I doing here? This is the syntax doesn't make sense. Go away, I don't want to accept this. Reject. It should be like this, right? Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense. What else do we have here? How do I make it so it's required? I don't recall what is the property to make it required. So we can define properties here on the query object, right? But I want to make it required. I'm not going to define a default value. I just want to make it so it's required. Where's the required field for list? Still running? All right. Just remember, the docs is the one that's the default one, right? Yeah, there is. Okay. Wow. All right. Sorry, LangFlow. I forgot it was docs for Swagger. Okay, sweet. So we can play around with RESTful endpoints here. All right. All right, so it works for us as well. So we have that here, sure, so that's good. Something we're gonna have to test is this one here in a second, but we're not ready to do so. And then the refresh token will come later. Anyways, so that's good that we have the docs. I just forgot about it. Now, I do want to make properly required here. It is required. What? Is it automatically required? Or do I have to set it required? I just don't recall the fast API. All right. Looks like we're good. It says it's required. Let me save this. And I want to know if I said nothing on this. See if it's still. Yeah, code is required. Okay. Okay. Moving on. So we're good. Now, why are you complaining here? Variable not allowed in type expression. Why not? What? I was just complaining about. That's the old way of doing it. Okay, accept all. So if I want to accept this, right, and just complains without annotated, right? Because this is the old way of doing it. You want to annotate it for the new Python versions. So cursor, you failed me. Remove annotated is not the right way of doing it. Plus, it doesn't fix this issue. So, yeah, you know what? I'll keep the description because I like the description. So, but going back, yeah, and I'll put the description here. All right. So at least that description should be visible on the RESTful endpoint. Yeah, it says here authorization code. So that's nice. Okay, so that's good. Let me go back and see what is this complaining here. Is this just from the linter? Pylint. So just the linter is complaining about this, but why is he complaining about this? Variable not allowed in type expression. Why? The bloody hell. I'm just going to ignore this lint message because it's obviously not breaking anything, and I don't know why it's even there. All right, so that's okay. So we need this code db set. Okay, fine. It's not breaking this. What else do we need? Right. So now that we have the redirect URI, which you're gonna have to pass back from the front end, back to the back end, back to the front end. We need to. Let me see what I had here before. Let's look at the timeline. Nope. All right, there we go. I'm starting to think that I need the front-end URL in here, or URL, to compose this keycloak callback here. And did Claude add this to our front-end routes? Let's have a look at the routes. Maybe I missed that part. It is here. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. So Claude did add a new route called callback. And this callback is what? Ah, boy. Oh, it goes in here. Okay, so it makes sense now. That's the part I didn't see Claude add to the code base, the callback. Okay. All right. So, all right, now we have all the pieces. Thank you, Claude. So actually, Claude did a good job doing this. All right. So going back to keycloak here. So we do need this from. We do need to pass in the callback method here, or the callback URL, and the callback URL is called keycloak callback URL on the front end. So that we're going to use that as our callback method. So passing it here, yeah. So damn it, Claude, you were correct when you did it the first time. All right, let's have a look at the timeline. So I just grab it from the timeline. Where's my timeline here? So this part here, this is what I need because of the extra route that we have in React application now that we're going to be using for redirecting. Sweet. Okay, so it all makes sense now. Didn't make sense originally, but now it makes sense. So on the front end, we have callback route, keycloak callback route in the router, right? And that's what we pass here. Okay, sweet. Now, the only thing that's missing here is this, the front end URL. Now, this should be already there in settings. That's why I didn't want to have it here initially. So we go to OAuth settings here. I think in settings, we should already have the front end path. And I don't see it. Oh, there's front end path right here. So we can use this one here. And in fact, let's have a look at the deployment and see if we are actually setting this already in our Helm chart. So going back to our deployment, let's just double check this. So in our backend, I want to see if we're setting the front end URL. Then we just don't have to do it for keycloak. It's already set. So look at the, where is it? I don't see it. We have the database URL. We have the add a login, new users, Prometheus stuff, and ports. We don't actually set the front end URL. Let me look at the code base. Sorry, not the code base. Look at the env file here that we have, the example one. See if it's added here. So front end path here. What is this? Containing path to front end directory containing build files. No, that's not the right path. So this is path to the build files, not to the front end URL. Why would that be? Oh, because if you run it as a monolith, then I guess that's where the path is to. Okay, so we're running it as a backend RESTful API only. We're not running it as a big monolith with the front and backend in one. So that's Okay, so we do need the front-end URL as well. Damn it, Claude. Claude, you're too good for your own good. All right, so, oh boy, okay, so we need that as well. Now I know why. It was strange, but Claude was correct. Claude knows best. Hail Claude, right? Hail Claude. That's not Elon Musk type of a sign here. We're just happy about Claude, okay? Yeah, but we're not happy about the hail part here. Okay, so all right, so we need this for both, and we also need the front end URL as well. Wow. So we this Claude, and then we're going back to Claude again. Okay, let's add the front end URL as well. Hopefully our boy Claude is not too upset with us. So we're just missing the, let's look at the timeline. See if I can just copy paste it from my previous deletion. Yeah, there we go. It's right here. All right, cool. So quick copy paste. All right. Where's the comments as well? Okay. So let's open up the env file now and add more properties here. So, okay, so the issuer is wrong. So first of all, we're going to have to change this to server URL. We're removing realm and ops, so it's just that. We also need to add LangFlow keycloak realms or realm. It's going to be ops. Okay, the last thing that we need is, two more things. We need LangFlow keycloak redirect URI, which is going to be, hold on, let me look at how it's actually composed now. So front end here, and then we're adding this. So we don't need the URI. Hold on, what am I don't, so this is just front end URL. Hold on, not URI. Do I added that? Bloody hell. Where's my OAuth? Here. Yeah, redirect URI, it's going to be composed from the front of the URI. So this is gone. And this is going to be env.frontend URL. And this is just going to be, in this case, going to be localhost. So HTTP localhost. And the port is, what's the port? $70 something something. 70. Where's the port? Don't I have it here somewhere? Port is this one here. All right. This is just for local dev. Obviously, for the cloud, we're going to do something different. Okay, so this is just so it has the right. Hold on, what am I doing? This is the front-end URL of React application, which is what? Which is, oh boy. Well, let's stop this. 3000 as usual. So it's localhost 3000. Okay. Okay. All right, so that's looking good now. So we have all the right properties here. Let's go back to the service now and verify that we have everything we need. Not the service or the factory. Let's save the factory, close this. We don't care about the service right now, do we? We'll get back to the service in a second. We don't care about this service. Dependencies don't care. Utilities here. Okay, so close this, close this. All right, so that makes sense now. Strip the end if you don't have it, sure. Add the callback, equal callback, sure. That's what we have in the router, React router, so that's going to match now. Okay. Next thing we need is what? All right. So then for the callback on the back end, coming from the front end, check if it's enabled. Right, and pass the redirect URI here, like we tried to do it before. Okay, and then for here, you need to string. All right, so that's going to match. When we get the service, we get the token with the redirect URI, and then we go through the workflow. Okay, cool. Now let's just look at the get token. Get token is using the same Keycloak client, so it already has the client ID. This is good. So that's actually good. You know what? We can actually test this right now. See if the back is throwing an exception. Let's could not initialize service. Please check error. Okay, so we have a issue with the service here. I'm sure it's the Keycloak service. Where is the error? Hey, let me restart this. Oh, don't do what I say. Just do what I click. All right, let's see where is this coming from. So there's obviously something wrong with the service. Let's check the service here. Any errors here? No, I don't see any errors here. What about here? Oh, is it the annotated thing? No, that's fine. So it's complaining about setting up the factories. I don't see an error here anywhere. Optional is not defined. Sure, let's add optional. Why is it disappearing? What's your problem? Okay. All right, let's see if it's working. Move this to the side. First, let's have a look at the docs here. Now that I remember that we do have docs and Fast API, the Swagger API. All right, so the server is loading. Looking good. Now let's get the front end going. Looks like it's good. So all right. We have some issues here, Papa. What's happening here? Bad request to auto login. Sure. Forbidden. Yes. We're not going to API. Okay. So that they should be blocked. So that's fine. So I don't care about those. They should be blocked. Now when it comes to the config, we should get a new payload here. Yep. All right. True redirect, and yeah, so it used the front end URL and then it used the callback. Okay, cool. So that's good. So now if I click a button here, let's see what happens. Things should not work. Let's see the error message. Right, cannot pass URL. You might. All right, let's fix this quickly. All right, since now we changed things a bit, we need to change things a bit in the keycloak hook, React hook. Yep. So this is going to be, let's just change it here first. Just we want to match these things here just for the JSON payload. Okay, server URL. And also redirect. URI, that's going to be a string. That's our model. And then after that, we have the model. Payload comes back here. And yeah, I'll come back to the state because that's actually correct. Let me do it without first. And then, yeah. So here, the server URL now. It's going to require a little bit more loving here. So it's going to be realms. And let's make this, yeah, proper string. It's going to be keycloak config that, ooh, I need to pass in realms as well, don't I? Yes, I do. Realms, a realm. All right. And I need a realm here as well. So we're switching between TypeScript and Python because code is just code. There's no such thing as front end and backend. It's just code, right? Just code. Realms / realm protocol open. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the login page, client ID. Now, this callback URI is what we get here. So we're just going to use it straight from here because now we have it. So it's directly here. All right, so that looks a little bit better now. All right, sweet. Let's see how, let's clear all these outputs here. Maybe we should use Chrome for dev, but I'm right now in personal fight with Google. Well, not specifically Google, just the Google search division and the monopoly. All right, let's see. Okay. I should see at least an error here. Config payload looking good. Here, let's see if we have an error now. What? Where is this coming from? Right. Well, let's have a peek at the source. Why is this so slow, man? What's happening here? So what I want to look at is scripts. And I want to go into this is it's just broken to chunks, right? I wonder if I can just find my login page here and just go to the login page. All right. No luck. All right. It's just probably just part of the chunks, right? So hoping that source map or something is ready to go here so I can just quickly debug my files here, but I don't see it. Let's go by path, actually. Maybe it's easier to look at by path. Yeah, source. Yeah, it's actually much better look by path. Okay, so it would be under pages. Where's pages? Pages, and I want to look at actually hooks. I want to look under hooks, not pages. Hooks, and here. So I want to put a breakpoint right here, and then a breakpoint right here, just to have some fun with this. So now if I click here, there we go. All right. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's do a quick debug session here. Let's see what's happening in the browser. Just get an idea. What are my variables? That's the scope. I don't care about the scope right now. The variables are local variables here. Okay. A bit different than Chrome. And global variables here. Okay. All right. We're good. And okay, sweet. So yeah, that's the one we HTTPS. Yeah. Rel should be ops. Yeah. That's good. And then client ID, LangFlow. Oh, this one's undefined. Why is this undefined? Why is this undefined? Where's my keycloak? Here, config. Did I misspell it? Redirect. What? Undefined. Yeah, I misspelled it. That's why. Okay. All right. Let's keep the breakpoint in there and go back in here. Why is it not finishing my code completion here? What's your problem? Read the because I misspelled it here. All right. Struggle is real. Let's refresh this. Keep the breakpoints. Can I run this through? Where is my debugger? Is it stopping? Come on, debugger. Where's I need some visual cues. Okay, here. No, it's not. Okay, it's running. Okay, cool. Put a breakpoint right there. Okay. What's happening? Come on, refresh. All right. So I want to click a button here and see the output. It didn't like my breakpoints now. They're not good enough for you. Psh, please. Okay, where's my breakpoints here? So I'm gonna put a breakpoint right here and right here. All right. All right, so that's good now. Client ID. Okay, sweet. Okay, let's step over. All right, that looks good. Let's get a little console here at the bottom here. So let me just dump this out. What? Let's look at this URL. That's good. Straight to Keycloak. Great. Yeah, that looks looking good so far. Okay. It's just missing things like state and things like that. The security parameter, but in general, it's fine. Okay, so good. So we're good with that. So let me run this breakpoint. Okay. So now we should see, let's clear this. In the networking tab, we should see an attempt trying to be made to Keycloak on our behalf now. I don't see that, which is weird. Let me look at the code here. What's happening here? So we want to do redirect directly to that URL, even though it's it's not set up. It should at least give us something back. What is this? Wait a minute. That's not right. So what I want to do here. Should I use navigate using the router? No, probably not. Or should I? Let me think about this. So this is fine. This should redirect it. Why isn't it redirecting? Let me, for testing purposes, let me just see if I go to, let's go to Google. My old nemesis, Google. Just to verify that the redirect is working, because that's essential for the login page to be able to redirect. All right, let's see. So right now, if I click this, it's supposed to go to Google. Let me look at the source code here quickly. Where's my Google redirect? Here. So this should go to Le Google. Yeah, so now this should be this. So why isn't this redirecting? I get the feeling that maybe we should use the React Navigate here. Ah, boy. It's not a content policy, is it? Or something like that? Let me try this in Chrome. Where's my buddy Chrome? Let's get a tab going here. So this should be redirecting. This went to Google. What's wrong with Safari? What the? Are you punking me, Safari? What the hell? Like, seriously. You went to Google now? You were not stuck in a break? Oh, let me see. Oh my God. No. All right, so it is working. Damn it. All right, so let's go back to the OAuth URL here. So this is going to be OAuth URL. So this should redirect, but it should cause a problem because it's not configured. So we should get an error from Keycloak. Again, well, we don't care about the error right now. We just want to know if the pipeline is working. Let's see this again. So now, oh, there it goes. There we go. Works. Okay, so it goes to login page. Okay, sweet. Well, that was painful. Okay, so we good here. All right. So that single sign-on is looking better and better. Now, okay, that's fine. And the next thing is really the callback. Yes, callback. And then I'm using Navigate here, at least Claude did. Dude, you gotta be consistent, man. Use Navigate here. Okay. All right, let's leave it like that for now. So, all right. So since we have the front end semi-working, at least the hook, we don't have the validation yet, or the callback coming back with a token. What we can do now is configure Keycloak with Terraform, create the client we need so we can start using it for testing purposes. So before I forget, let me remove all the other callbacks from the other client. So yeah, let's just delete this. All right. Oh, snap. You're gonna force me to log in. All right, so remove this. Okay, sweet. All right, so we have to create this client here. Now, obviously, we can come in here and just say create client, but we need to do it as code, right? So the same thing we do infrastructure as code, the same thing we do diagrams as code or observability as code. We have dashboard as Git. We want to put this in Git as well. So let's do this right now so we can get it ready for testing purposes. So where are we going to start? We need to first of all create a branch, a dev branch, and finally a Git process. So we're taking off our React hat, your backend Python hat, and we're putting back on DevOps hat. We'll probably do some math hat stuff later, unless we have to play with the kids, one or the other. So let's go and find where we have our Keycloak configuration. So here, let's create a new branch, Atlantis. We're going to use Atlantis to deploy the Keycloak changes. Atlantis, KC, LangFlow. Okay, create the branch. All right, where is the code base here? All right, let's close everything. So what do you want to be here? You want to be in Keycloak management folder when we manage Keycloak. So we have a Keycloak deployment when we deploy Keycloak, and then we also have a management folder. And here we define the clients. So let's do that. I'm just going to grab this LobChat client here and just copy it and rename it LangFlow just to save time. LangFlow. Okay. All right, let's go one by one. So let's use a shorthand notation, LG, sub LC. So it's going to be, again, LangFlow login page. Okay, let's see. Yeah, LG. Yeah, access type confidential. It's going to use a standard flow, so it's all good here. We also have our own theme as well. Nice. That makes all sense. Next thing, the default scope. Okay, LG as well. So in this scope, we want to do what? We want to, give you the profile. Okay, so that's good. There's no problems here. Next thing, we define, what is this? This is an optional scope for microprofile GWT. Let me see. I do want it here. Okay. So let's double check this. In Keycloak doc. Right. So this one handles GWC authentication specification. Okay. So right. You need it for role mapper groups claim. Okay. So yeah, we want to use this. Sure. Okay. Let me check the specification again here. Yeah, that's a useful scope for sure. We want to use that. All right. Right. So this is what we care about: the UPM claim and the RAM role mapper for the groups claim. Okay. So we're going to add some groups. So we have groups, ops groups that we put users into, and then we assign everything to a group. So it's kind of inverse the process. So not everything is on the user, everything's on the group, hangs off of a group, and then user belongs to a group. So yeah, so we need that. So yeah, LG. What else do we need here? Change the client. Shut up, cursor. Next thing is, okay, roles. So we have a need for a admin role, a super role. So we're going to create a Keycloak role. It's a client role. So let's remove all the other ones here. I see we have some composite roles here as well. Nope. Everything is gone except for this one here. Assistant, no, that's gone too. admin. That's all gone. Okay, so we're gonna have one role. So we have super user role in LangFlow. So Kubert, I'm gonna call this LangFlow super user. Super user. Okay. And let's define the roles. So in this case, we have what? We define a variable to hold all multiple roles in here for lob check because we have so many roles there. Let's look at the variables. Right, so we just created an object with one. So in this case, we don't need that. We just need one role. So first of all, let's grab some of these definitions here. So starting from here. Okay. Just going to dump this at the end. So these are going to be our, just put comments here, LangFlow variables. All right. And we are storing the secrets in Vault. So this is for security purposes. So Vault is managing our credentials here for the client. So the secret is coming from Vault, is going to Vault, and it's coming from Vault. All right, so that. Now the next thing is we need to do the roles here. So I'm going just to have one role. So LangFlow super user. Okay, so that's just going to have the name here. So just create the variable for this. Super user role name. So it's going to be name. Okay, name of the role. Okay. Let's already add this to our TerraGrant file, so we have it there as well. So it's going to be all LangFlow section. It's going to be, we just call it Kubert LangFlow super user. Oh, just admin. This is the admin role. Okay. So we're going to match this. So this is where we need to match this in our env file in the project. So LangFlow keycloak. Just look this up. So this is going to be our name of the admin role. So what we have here is admin role. There we go. I'll just make this empty just in case. Okay. And this empty as well. All right, so this is our admin role that we're going to use to create admin users. Where's the env? Here. Okay, so it's going to match our Terraform deployment. All right. Okay, let's add all the other variables here in TerraGrant as well. Let's reuse the lob chat ones because why not? So we have a section in Vault where we dump all the key cloak secrets, so they're easy manageable. So it's based on this structure, file structure. So everything under client, key cloak, you have all the key cloak clients, and then you can go into specific client, and that's where the secret is stored. So that's just a path for the key value, secret engine involved. Okay, now here's the callback. So I'm going to add let's do both just for now. We'll come back and change later. So first, it's going to be just key cloak callback. Key cloak callback. I think that's what we have there on the router. And then same thing here, but this is just on the local path. So then we can use the local dev to use the configure key cloak. All right, and the only thing that's different here is this. So this is going to be, what the hell do I call this? What is the path? Agentic, right? This is for cloud deployment. Okay. So this is going to be just for local deployment. So you can test the workflow from local deployment. Okay, so that's good. Where else do we have here? Going back to our Terraform code. Anyway, so we create one role, client role, not a realm role. So these are client roles. And then we just put this in key vault. Let's see if that's the right one. Client path, this LG. Client ID, this. All right, don't know why that's complaining. We're gonna have to check this in a second. LG client secret, so that's coming from the top there. All right, everything else. Query kill closer by email ID. What is this? Right. So in here, we're trying to figure out who is going to be the admin for lob chat. So let's create. First of all, let's deal with this variable here. So we're going to create. Let's fix this first. So client ID LG, client ID LG. Why isn't it complaining here, man? What's your problem? All right, let's grab the client ID. I guess I didn't grab it. Where's the client ID for here? Let's grab this. Okay. See if it's in Terraground. It's already there. Now this shouldn't complain anymore. Why are you complaining? What is your problem? Did I misspell something? This linter be cray. That's fine. I don't know. Don't know why that's wrong. It is. The declaration's there, bro. What's your problem? It's right here. See, it's right there. Let me close this and reopen this. Is there a problem with the linter? No, it's still complaining. I don't know why it's complaining. It's the same thing that's here. It's literally the same thing. Okay. I guess the linter is busted for whatever reason in this JSON object. Okay. Doesn't matter. All right, so we're going to have two different type of users, regular users and admin users, right? So let's call this LangFlow admin users. And these will be coming from, who's the admin user? Let's just create a new variable for admin users, and then I'll put myself in the admin user, right? So we already have it here. So I'll just put it down here. So this is for us to easy control which employee is going to be the admin user. Again, it's just code, so you can look up in Git and see who's actually the admin user. Okay. And just create a variable for this. And this variable, I think should be a list. Yeah, it is a list, right? List of strings. Okay. Yep. Don't know why cursor is doing this to me. What's wrong with your cursor? Just say LangFlow admin role. What the? Sometimes cursor can be annoying. Okay. All right, sweet. So these are the admin users that we define. It's a list of emails. And we just grab the email and then we assign it to, well, right now we're just querying the keycloak for the specific user. In this case, let's just get regular users. So these are non-admin, LangFlow. I'm going to say non-admin, not or non-admin. All right, and here we have what? Let's just create another variable. This is going to be so these two variables, the only thing that really matters for the authentication part. So you can quickly look up here and see non-admin. See which who has access to what. Okay. So it's going to be empty for now. There's nobody in this one. And these are just non-admin. So we have admin and we have non-admin users. So it'll be easy to track this in Git. Let's create this variable. Yes, you can do fancy types in your Terraform. Just provide some type safety here. So you can see it's a list of strings. And here will not have, list of admin users who will have the LangFlow admin role, who will not have, okay, beautiful. Okay, so that's I like that. All right, going back here to, there you go. Okay, so here we're just pulling out different users from keycloak. And once we find the right one based on our email address, we then have an array of them. And after, for each admin user, we are going to give an admin role, assign admin role to admin user. I'll just to each user that's in here. Oh, admin user. All right, so in here there's the data from the top, the remote resource or the query from the Keycloak. We get that, and after that, what's happening here? Keycloak, Kubernetes Assistant. So we need to get here this ID. Okay, I'm just going to assign the ID to the row of IDs here. So we're just adding, we're just adding this client role to this user. Okay, just wiring that, and then where else? For regular users, we don't need to. Well, we don't need to actually query through the regular. Why are we doing this? So we just care about admin users, right? So we don't care about that part. Actually, let's remove that. So really, it's really just the admin that are special here. Yeah, let's just remove this. We don't need this. Okay, what else? So we get the admin. We then get so we query the admin users. We then update the admin users with the role. And what else do we have here? So we don't need this. This is for the regular users. Oh, and we just have some test users here. I'm not going to create test users right now, so I'm just going to use myself. We'll create some demo users for people to log in, for our business folks to come in and do some acceptance testing. But right now, let's just delete these. Yeah. All right, so that's it. So that should be everything we need to do. And the most important part is actually just assigning the super role to the admin user. Yeah, I think that's all we need here. And we can see plainly in Git which user is admin user based on their email. Now, obviously, you can hook this up to external systems, so they don't have to be here. They can be injected as well at runtime. Now, in this case, we're just managing it through Git here, so it's fine. It's not a big deal. All right, so I think we're good. Let's just create, let's ask Atlantis to have a peek at this planet. Don't know why this is still highlighted. Like, what the hell, bro? The linter is going cray-cray on me here. Yeah, thank you for that. That should be LG. All right. All right, now that makes sense. Okay, so we knew it was actually incorrect. Okay, so thank you, Linter. You saved my life. You saved my life. I love you. Tremendous, the best ever. We're gonna put some tariffs on VS Code because of this cursor. You're right. All right. All right, so that wasn't too painful. Let's see what errors we created. Yeah, let's just let's see. Somebody is pinging me. Oh, I can't respond to X. Sorry. All right, so let's see if we can deploy this Keycloak here. All right, let's commit the changes here. Just double check everything here. There's no spelling mistakes, no silly things that we have here. All right, So looks like it's very straightforward. There's no major changes here, except for the copyright. It should be 2025, but I just don't care right now. All right, let's just commit this. So we're adding LobChat client. Oh, sorry, LangFlow client to Keycloak. Okay. Let's push this change. Time for pull request. Where is my Bitbucket window? There we go. All right, so this is in our security package. Let's do a pull request. All right, let's double check it again. So here's the LangFlow, LF, let's call it LF, LangFlow. Client ID, client name, description, yes, URLs, redirect, sure. Local host, yep, Keycloak callback. Let me just double check his Keycloak callback. In the router, React router. Where is my React router? React router. Here. Nope, that is my deployment. All right, here. All right, so where's the React router here? There you go, routers, and it's Keycloak/callback. Okay. All right, that's the path. That's the path we have in our definition. Keycloak callback. Yep. We have one role and we have one user, which is myself as an admin role. Adding scopes, adding more scopes, adding a role, client role in this case. It's attached to the specific client. It has a name. It's not a composite role. It then is sent to Keycloak. So the secret is stored in Keycloak. You don't want to store the secret, client secret, anywhere but in Keycloak, so you can inject it automatically during deployment. And then what else? We're just going to grab a user from Keycloak and assign it a specific role ID. All right, seems like it should work. Create a pull request. Let's see if Atlantis cacks out on us, if we create any mistakes, and then we can get back to our React code. Because code is code. There's no front-end, backend, AI code. It's all software engineering. We should do some math, just for fun. I always threaten to do math on stream. All right, let's see what happened here. What happened? That's a strange error to have. Unless we were starting Keycloak. No, it's here. And it's, oh, what's happening here? Oh, hold on a second. Is Keycloak being game refreshed? Are we in the process of killing our Kubernetes nodes, preemptive nodes, because of it's time to refresh our dev cluster? Let me see. Where's my Keycloak namespace? Oh no, it's all good. So did it just restart or something? Doesn't look like it. I'm assuming this is the correct time zone, start time, which means that it's what it should be running. So what's the problem here? Well, that's strange that that's not working. That is very strange. Interesting. All right, let's have a look at the log. See what's happening here. I wonder if it's a database issue. It is a database issue. The password just refreshed. Oh, okay, so we're in the middle of refreshing stuff. Oh, but so what we can do is we can just delete this pod, just to kind of get. So it's going through its paces right now. It's just refreshing itself. So there's a secret here that's managed by external secret operator, which is getting a password from a Vault, and it just refreshes itself. Now it should be a little bit tighter, so maybe we can adjust some of these timings here. So it takes a few seconds to do this versus, I don't know, it's just weird. It's let's look at the Postgres. When did Postgres refresh? It still hasn't refreshed. Oh, we might have timing issues, bugs on the external secrets. Maybe we just need to reduce the times there. We're not really aggressive in dev. We give a lot of time for these things to go through, propagate through. Maybe too much time. Maybe just give it, I think we give it like an hour extra, which just seems like way too much. So yeah, this is still going to be an error if Postgres didn't refresh yet, because the Vault already rotated the password. So the rotation happens in Vault because the time to live is on the Vault connection to Postgres. And then we also have to refresh the secrets in Keycloak as well. In Kubernetes. And then the pods have to be refreshed because the secrets, you can't change secrets when pods are using them. You have to restart the pods. Let's see if this is still an error. Yeah, I think we're going to adjust the timings here to make it really, really quick. So now just give maybe like 5 minutes maximum of a gap between password rotation and refreshing of the container. It is dev, so we can be really aggressive. We can probably change it, to a minute, right? Let's see if it's looking better now or not. Yeah, still on app. Keycloak is a massive application. It takes a while. As you can see, look at the provisioning here, right? So if you look at the CPU usage here, usually it runs below the requested limit here. But when it starts, it needs so much more. And this is one of the kind of, I think, issues maybe with Kubernetes, where defining the resources, there should be two phases for resource definition, right? For the startup, bootstrap of the application, and then steady state, right? Because a lot of the application requires a lot of kind of horsepower CPU and RAM when it actually gets going, and it also might do like database updates, whatever. There's many things that can happen during the startup of the the runtime. And once it's up and running, it usually drops a lot, man, because servicing the users doesn't take that many resources compared to the initial startup. So you can see there's a huge jump in here, right? Almost a half a CPU usage here, from like fraction of a CPU usage. So now this is also a problem with Java applications as well. So there's also different JVMs have different issues. I think Go is probably the least one that suffers from this kind of big, usage of CPU when you start up. So when you use something like Go Micro for the microservice chassis, you still will get some of this initial kind of blowout here from the CPU, because it's not like writing like a CLI in Go, which there's not much there. You just start the binary, and then you run commands. And usually when you have a container and it's doing something like a microservice, this things tends to be done before it bootstraps, right? So yeah, so I think look at the drop right now. See how it dropped? It finished bootstrapping the Java runtime and the framework. Did its business. Now it's ready to go, right? All right, so we're back in business. Okay, let's see what's happening here. All right, so now let's get back to Atlantis. So Atlantis will query Vault, as you can see. It tried to access Vault. So this is a different type of Terraform script. So usually the Terraform providers work on an infrastructure level, like low level. This specific Keycloak provider is actually using RESTful API to access Keycloak and apply changes to their admin RESTful API. So it wraps the RESTful API as a provider, and which is nice because you can just have the whole thing in Terraform anyway. So what we need to do is we run the plan. So Atlantis plan. So let's just type in the command here in git command. So Atlantis plan p, and just get the name of the project. So the project name is where's the Keycloak project here? Keycloak management. Oh, it's right here. I just want to copy paste it, but I don't see it. I don't want to type it in. Come on, bro. Don't make me type it in. No. Okay. Just grab partially from here. Yeah. I'll be good and grab it directly from Atlantis file. So where is it? So every project has a little Atlantis file here, which defines the name of the project here. So in this case, we're grabbing the Keycloak management config prod, this one here, because I have to have long freaking names for everything. Yeah. Okay. All right, so the idea here is that we're going to plan again, which is going to refresh this process for Atlantis. And then if it's good, then we can do apply after. All right, let's see if Atlantis is happy now with Keycloak. There you go. So we'll get a little bit different output now. It looks like it's happy with the. I see we might have to do some updates soon to the versions, but the rest is fine. Even talk to Vault behind the scenes. So Atlantis has access to Vault. It has a Vault provider and has a secret access to Vault that nobody else has. And that's what we go through Atlantis. So we don't have to touch Vault. So now let's just apply this. Right. Again, Atlantis is not happy about formatted comments. Freaking Atlantis. She's a diva. All right, so just apply this. think I need a drink. Hello, Atlantis. You done? Oh, there you go. Atlantis is done. Sweet. Okay, now let's see if the changes have been pushed to Keycloak. So under Ops realm, we should have now new client. There you go. LangFlow, and it has my standard description here because it's very informative. Okay, so there we go. There's a callback method. Okay, good. So we can start using it for dev. It's and credentials. Let's grab this secret. We'll regenerate it later. For now, we can just expose it. Not a big deal. So it's not connected to anything. Even if you have it, you can't use it. Okay, so going back to the env file, I'm gonna put the secret here. Boom, done. All right, so we're good. So we have all the properties needed to kick off the login page. And let's see if things have changed for us. So if you're going back to our front-end application now, let's close some of these windows here. There we go. Look at that. We have our login page ready to go. And I'm just going to attempt logging. I know it's going to fail, but let's see how badly it fails. So let's just log in with my Google credentials to LangFlow. And right, okay. All right, so the first part is done. I wish I had my network tab open so I could. Right. All right. Bad request. Okay. Okay. So first part done. Login is working. I mean, it's going to the login page. So the initial configuration is done. We have a client, Keycloak client. We have a way to log in. The only thing now is to fix the token, endpoint, so we can actually have a token. And then once we have a token, we can come back to the homepage, and it should be good to go. So I think I'm going to end it here, but let me just have a peek at. So that's fine. So we can close this. This part is done. env is good. The router is good as well. So we need to deal with this thing here when it makes the call for the token, and that is here where it needs to come back with a token. Now, the database session here is required because we're going to create the user once we do have the token. So yeah, we're going to have to put some debug here just to get feedback on the user creation process. So once we have the token and we get the roles, we then create the user in LangFlow database. Okay, so this is fine. The only thing that we need to do is here. Look at the token creation here. So this token, okay? So yeah, everything is fine. Refresh token. Okay. So we're gonna have to just fiddle with this part here, but the rest is fine. Okay. So let's end it here. We just have to do the last part, dealing with the token, and then the refresh token, and then we can go and start refactoring, fixing it, making it pretty, adding some tests, but at least, and we can probably deploy it so people can start using it as well, getting some feedback. All right, let's end it here. Good day. That sounded a bit Sterling. Good day, sir.